everybody, how are you all doing today? Hopefully you had a good weekend. Are we ready to go back to Rokkenjima and finally get answers to everything? I know I am excited. Also, I'm still like a wee bit sick, but I feel like I should be able to do voices. I should be good enough. I just might have to occasionally mute to cough. But otherwise, I am good. But hello, RG Bean. Hopefully you're having a good day. Okay, let me get it open. Make sure it looks good over here before switching the scene. Okay. Also, yesterday I watched the Yakuza movie and it was very interesting. Wouldn't recommend if you've never played the first game, but also not sure if recommend in general. But it's kind of silly. Let me see. Scoot that over there. That's more or less the right spot for it. Okay. So we get to transition over to here. And then, oh, I have a thing that makes noise open. Let me close that real quick. There we go. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let us begin episode 7. We're finally here after I don't know how many months. But we're finally here. Story is very obviously fictional. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, illusions to illusions, and dreams to dreams. A dream is something drawn in the sand between the coming and receding waves. Something so fragile that it's wiped blank every time a wave comes in. So, the heartless might sneer, saying that drawing such things is useless and meaningless. However, no wave will ever come again to wipe away the dreams she drew. And now, I realize that the audio was not turned on. Let me fix that. And now, that final beautiful dream of hers will not disappear for all eternity. Come, try and picture it. It's as though the rays of the gentle afternoon sun on a warm spring day simply forgot to grow dim ever again. It truly is such a wonderful thing. Witness to your final dream. Publius Virgilia Motto. Ooh. The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors of heresy were reporting on the results of their investigation. Their uniforms closely resembled those of Aesiri Zhangfao, but they were slightly different. Also different were the badges signifying their department. I have something in the way. Give me a second. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. It was the lead female inquisitor. She was announcing that all reasoning had been completed. As has been shown, it is all quite clear. Know that the preceding logic has proven the non-existence of your alibi. At the other end of her pointing finger was a quivering maid with frightened eyes. Her name was... No, that's not important. What matters now is that she could have entered the closed room study where the victim was found whenever she pleased, and furthermore that her claimed alibi for the time of the crime has been proven to contradict the facts. Shaking, the maid tried to continue in her illogical pleading, but all of her statements had already been seen through. With this, we conclude our proof of the whodunit and the howdunit. Know that your position as the culprit is now an unshakable fact. You must be joking. Why would I kill the master I loved and respected so? I have no motive, no question, no reason. I like how it starts right back up with a song like that, right? Who did it and how? Know that establishing these is more than sufficient. Please allow me to speak. Know that the motives are unnecessary and mysteries. The Inquisitor spoke coldly. It's like it's starting the music like that and really gave a sense of they've been fighting this for a while. After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the coffin, which lay on the altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. In her place, Battler moved to the front of the coffin, wearing his territory lord's cape. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Battler look smaller. Yeah, 'cause it's so big. Battler held a book with a majestic binding in his hand. It was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Battler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time. Then he kissed it, and laid it gently in the coffin. It rested upon her chest. She looked like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animal as she drifted off to sleep. This is the sole tale I have to offer up you. I feel like that sentence was weird, but okay. This tale will be shut up with you in your coffin for all eternity. So, no one will be able to read it except for you, there in your coffin. Shut it away in that cat box, the only unchanging, inevitable, or inviolable eternal tale. This way, no one will be able to defile it. No one can deny it, and no one can argue against it. This is just between me and her, just the two of us, our one and only certain truth. Those bastards. A man dashed through town wrapped in twilight. The daytime hustle and bustle of this beautiful village, which combined the traditional with the orderly in the classic style of the last century, now seemed like a mere dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and the narrow alleyways was rapidly descending into darkness. As the gas lights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. The man sprinted. There was no time. He had to hurry. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and had all taken longer than he expected. Yes, there's no mistake here. The whodunit and howdunit are more than enough in the mystery genre. In the mystery genre, the motive, or the whydunit, is given the lowest priority. To have a murder, you need to have a culprit, and he needs to commit a crime. Motive isn't required for that, so it's usually the most ignored element. In fact, these days, there are even more who call it unnecessary. If you find the culprit with nothing but the whydunit, it's no mystery. It's propaganda. However, just because of that fact, it doesn't mean you can neglect the motive, the heart. Very strange. That was the first time we've seen a location like that. We both know how much fun she'll be having in her final sleep, so I doubt anyone could disturb it. Pardon me, I had to cough. So I doubt anyone could disturb it. After all, who could possibly disturb a sleeping child smiling at a happy dream? Come, it is time for us to leave. If we're too noisy, we'll wake her from her dream. You're right. What else should you do with a sleeping kid except put a blanket on them, turn off the lights, and walk away quietly? After looking at the coffin one last time, Virgilia turned around quietly. Battler did the same, but then he stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Battler offered up his final words within his heart. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would be able to know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Battler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly, then his face clouded with remorse, and then changed into a bitter, exasperated smile. It flashed through several varied expressions. Then, the final expression that crossed his face was, surprisingly, a gentle smile. Something rose to Battler's lips. However, he bit it back down. There could certainly be no words to describe the many feelings he kept in his chest. So, saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Battler understood this and stopped himself from speaking once more with a wry smile. Thank you. Oh, I have done nothing to deserve your gratitude. I'll leave the rest to you. After seeing Virgilia nod back to him, Battler turned away from the altar one more time and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and with that, all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep had vanished. The Inquisitors of Heresy listened with scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, nothing she said could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all mere emotional arguments. I loved and respected the master so much. I had no motive for killing him. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like the floundering true culprit struggling pathetically. The requirements for the whodunit and howdunit had been satisfied. As for the whydunit, the motive, the heart, no matter how much she spoke of gratitude for her master, who had graciously given her a job that she'd been left by the wayside after various misfortunes, it didn't help her case in the slightest in the mystery genre. Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. An inquisitor of heresy took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests. This is how you committed the crime. Know that this indictment has been received by the Great Court and that your arrest has been approved. Here is the warrant for your arrest. Motive is unnecessary. Know that such a thing is completely extraneous to the matter of pinpointing the culprit. Please, allow me to speak. Know that we of the SSVD possess methods of forcing unrepentant criminals to reveal the truth. With these interrogation tools, blessed by the powers of justice, we inquisitors of heresy will strap up your limbs, burn you, crush you, stretch you, and hang you. And in doing so, wring the red truth out of you. It isn't even necessary for you to confess. Aides, arrest that maid. It wasn't me! I didn't kill the master! No! Hello? Hold it right there. You've got the wrong culprit. A man kicked down the door, and the inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him. Why are you here? Know that this case is no longer your responsibility. Quiet. You find one person without an alibi and just assume that she's the culprit? Do you really think that there's no need for a motive, for a heart in the crime? Crimes are committed by people. There are no crimes without a heart. I'll never accept a theory that neglects the heart. Know that your obsession over the whydunit is simply embarrassing. The whydunit is unnecessary. Such a thing can be extracted easily through interrogation. Even the Great Court has already acknowledged that this woman is the culprit. True. The Great Court does assume that everyone besides the maid has an alibi, but that's just because they heard you say so, and they've mistaken your overconfidence and conceit for wisdom. If any one of the other suspects loses their alibi, your evidence so far proves nothing. Just look at how pathetic some of these other alibis are. Did the clock in the reception hall chime midnight at exactly the right time? Did the dog at the back door bark at everyone? There was a dog? So, you managed to prove the maid's alibi false. Congratulations. But does it end there? It may have been possible for her to do it, but does she have any motive at all? Are the alibis of the others absolutely perfect? This maid isn't the only one with a false alibi. You have to keep on searching if you want to find the others. Was there some sort of grudge against the victim or some money-related problem? Don't abandon motive. Don't abandon the heart. Dry mysteries where the motive can just be figured out later aren't worth anyone's time. If the maid isn't the culprit, then why did she fake an alibi? Even asking such a question is a waste of time. Know that we have the right to interrogate her, wring out the red truth, and have her sign in red blood to everything that happened at the time of the crime. Yeah, you probably can do that. You can just use the torture of yours to squeeze out everything frankly and objectively, as seen from the eyes of God. But you know what? I'll never accept mysteries and theories that lack heart. I've already taken over responsibility for this case. I even have a decree right here. Come now, aides. Know that there is no reason to hesitate. I order you to arrest this maid. When she gave this order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man. I won't let you. The real culprit's a different person. It's possible to use motive to find them, and their alibi trick is an old one. You can't neglect the heart. There's no need for that. We just have to find the suspicious ones who could have committed the crime, interrogate them, and squeeze out the red truth. On the off chance that they aren't the culprit, then we just have to interrogate the next suspect. You call that reasoning? Stand back. We will arrest that woman. Know that this maid is the culprit. It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit. What? Did you say? The words of power blasted away the aides trying to arrest the maid. Van Dyne's 20 rules. Rule 11. If you want to torture this maid, make sure you double-check the alibis for the second wife and her lover first. Those two already have a clear alibi for the time of the crime. That, an alibi? Damn it. A fool like you couldn't understand no matter how easy I make it for you. If you want to call yourself the head inquisitor, try and figure out at least that much for yourself. Until then, I'll be taking that maid's arrest warrant. Then what about you? Can you prove that this maid didn't commit the crime? Know that she was clearly away from the kitchen at the time of the crime. What was she doing then, and where? She can't prove it, I can't prove it, and you can't prove it. No one can. That's why we have no choice but to use these torture devices to interrogate her until the red truth is squeezed out. You can squeeze as much blood and truth from the true culprits as you damn well please. However, I won't let you interrogate and torture anyone who isn't the culprit. This is why everyone says you're too soft. All the suspicious must be interrogated. This is how we Inquisitors of Heresy conduct our witch trials. That's right. We are Inquisitors of Heresy. Feeling evil witches is our... felling them. Felling evil witches is our job. However, we mustn't risk hunting the innocent. Or hurting them, rather. We mustn't put them under suspicion. All humans have their own personal truths. Those should only be exposed when they commit crimes. You've been given the right to expose them, but there's one thing we can't do. What? No one, not even God, has the right to expose the innocent truths of those who have not sinned. The maid finally realized that he was trying to protect her. I don't know who you are, but thank you very much. I'm really not the culprit. Yeah, I know. Your boyfriend said he'd be willing to give up everything to prove your alibi. You should thank him. That kid said that honor and reputation are worth nothing compared to you. But if he does that, he won't come to that. Exposing the secrets between lovers is a job for third-rate magazines. That's not mystery. I'll never allow for heartless reasoning. Then, for the first time, the man's sullen expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head roughly. I'm sure you two will be happy together. Still, meeting together in secret while on the job is hardly praiseworthy. Try to keep that to a minimum. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Those words were heard only by the two of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secrets of a pair of young lovers, and he had rushed about in search for a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forceful means. The point of theory making is not to create a culprit or trample the truth that lie in the hearts of those who have not sinned. If you want to play the detective, don't neglect the heart. Otherwise, we're just intellectual, we're Ericas. Don't forget it. When the man spoke, the Inquisitor no longer had any way to argue back. This man's name is Will, and yet that's not what everyone used to call him. Head Inquisitor of Heresy of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard Hunting Right. This is the last thing I have to pass on to you guys. If you want to be the next Wizard Hunting Right, remember it, no matter what. Ooh, a new video. I think it's new. I'm pretty sure it's new. Silently watches enamored. Man, oh look. These little intro videos are all so nice. Quietly, quietly, the rain fell down. The rain of sadness dripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. The chapel doors were open. During a wedding, only those with invitations are allowed inside. However, during a funeral, the doors are open to all who remember the deceased. So, this must be a funeral. A shadow holding an umbrella approached the chapel. It was Will. A reception desk had been set up at the chapel's entrance. "Oh, hey, Cannon." As the shadow approached, Cannon, who had been sitting at this desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow. "This is the reception desk. We are collecting the names of all the mourners. If you would sign here." "Sorry, but I'm not a mourner. I'm here to meet with someone." "You came to a funeral to meet someone?" A dubious expression rose to Cannon's face. Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name. "My apologies. Please, enter." "Thanks. Could I at least have one of those?" "Thank you very much. I am sure she will be pleased." Cannon handed him one of the set of golden roses, which were being handed out to all the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. Inside the chapel, several people who appeared to be the family of the deceased were gathered, and they all seemed to be recalling memories of the departed. "Oh, you're alive. Hello." "Oh, Beatrice! Why? Oh!" "Father, please, take care. Why don't you rest in the waiting room for a bit?" "Oh, wait. So... This part must be in the past, right? Unless Kinzo being dead was an illusion the whole time, but I want to say maybe this was like a year before he passed? Maybe? I'm just theorizing. "I killed her. I did it."
"Absurd! How could that be, Roshashaba?"
"Father's really bawling." "Yeah. Beatrice, huh?" "I'm sure he didn't cry this much when Mother passed away." "Hey, now's not the time to say things like that." Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the dead in their own way, it seemed. When Will appeared at the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was, especially not us. Paying this no mind, Will walked in front of the casket at the altar, which seemed to be buried under golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Instead, as though it lay there in place of a body, was a single thick book with an extravagant binding. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. "To my beloved Beatrice, October 5th, 1986. No, that's the year that these are taking place, right? Miss Beatrice. If it was Mrs., then forgive me. I've never met you. However, allow me to express my condolences." He took the rose that he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection to the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to show this minimum amount of respect for the dead. As part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the dead into the next world. "Pardon me, but who might you be?" "I'm Ushidamiya Kraus. I'm serving as the chief mourner. This is my child, Lion." What? So, wait. Eh? Pleased to meet you. I'm Ushidamiya Lion. Lion? Who the heck are you? It's written as this kanji, but pronounced Rion. Ah, okay, Rion. I guess it's a bit strange for a Japanese name. Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed particularly interested in Klaus, but Leon had apparently drawn some sort of reaction from him. Rather than interest, it was more of as though he felt like something was out of place. Yeah, you and me both, Will. Klaus-sama. Madame says it's about time. Ah, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're too noisy in here, it may disturb the dead. I've been told that the waiting room has been readied. Shall we move over there? When Klaus called out to everyone, they began to move towards the chapel waiting room. My apologies. Leon, could you... Sorry, the fact that it's pronounced Leon. Could you entertain our guests for now? I will guide the others to the waiting room. Yes, father. It looked like a natural conversation, with no awkwardness for either father or child. Father and child, is it? Yes, but why do you ask? Ushinomiya Klaus's child is supposed to be Jessica. Jessica's my little sister. Do you need me to call for her? No, that won't be necessary. Okay, so she doesn't override the existence of Jessica. Interesting. Apparently, some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around. Pardon me, but what sort of relationship did you have with the deceased? None at all. It's real pain. Then why did you come to this funeral? Since Leon was fairly a mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. Did I say mild or wild? Hopefully I didn't say wild. A normal person would probably have put on a dubious look long before this. Will scratched his head again and yelled angrily at someone other than Leon. I'm here! Isn't it about time you showed your face? The members of the Ushinomiya family had already followed Klaus's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, no one could be seen in this cold, vast chapel decorated with golden roses except for Will and Leon. So, you've come, wizard hunting right, inquisitor of heresy. The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pillar. I think you said mild. Okay. Good. Oh, okay. Leon's gonna be like, what the heck? When Leon turned around in surprise, a girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the sacred funeral altar as though it was perfectly normal, crushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon didn't know this girl. Just why on earth were all of these people unrelated to the funeral popping up one after another? I'm already retired. If you have a job you need doing, go ask the new right.
No, you're the one I want to ask. I'm giving this case to you. Did you read the tale I sent you?
I skimmed it.
I don't know who you are, but please get down from there. That's a sacred altar.
Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there. I hear this is Leon. Who is that exactly?
You've already heard who.
Ushinomiya Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games. Is this your piece?
No. It's a true and proper piece of this game board. Character appearing in the story.
You're the game master. That means it's your piece.
I've just moved from Beato's cat box into a larger cat box. Leon is one of the pieces who has the possibility of appearing inside it.
Leon's just like, what is going on? I see. In other words, it's your piece.
It's a piece I've placed, would be the correct way to say it.
So you're saying this piece isn't your subordinate, like Attica?
Attica? Who's that? Attica-san? Huh?
Don't try to understand. You'll get a headache. Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushinomiya family.
I don't know what you two are talking about. Anyway, you, girl, please get down off the altar. I ask this as the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship.
Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction. The successor is supposed to be Klaus.
My father, Klaus, will be the acting head until I turn 20. Then I am to succeed the headship.
First I've heard of this. Can you prove it? It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly. This is the successor's silver ring of the one-winged eagle. Is that proof enough for you? Silver ring? Golden Head's ring has appeared several times, but I've never heard anything about a silver ring for the successor. I don't remember Klaus or Jessica ever wearing one of those.
I'm glad. For someone who's just skimmed it, it seems you've read it pretty well.
When a witch hands you a story, you never know when something absurd will pop up, especially when it's a great witch from the Senate.
Well, who in the world are you two? Sorry, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If you've finished offering flowers for the departed, please make your exit. It seems you two aren't worthy of our family's hospitality.
Leon finally ran out of patience. Those were the strictest words of this gentle child could unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed to not care at all. I think I just realized Leon might be a boy. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if they ever mentioned their gender. We're just gonna call them they, them. Until proven otherwise. I didn't come here because I wanted to.
We're wasting time, so let's move onwards. Right. Try and beat this game. As the game master, Birkenstell, I invite you to join in.
I refuse.
Why?
I'm retired now. Reasoning and mysteries aren't my business anymore.
How do you intend to spend the rest of your life? Is wizard hunting right going to give up witch hunting?
There's still fox hunting and clam hunting to look forward to. I didn't come here to discuss the rest of my life with you.
So, you came here to refuse?
Know that your powers of deduction are truly a sight to behold.
Then do as you will. Go wherever you please. That is, assuming you can leave this place.
So, what are the terms and payment? In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Birkenstell.
Who killed Beatrice? That's my game. In payment, I'll forgive you for your insolence and let you leave this chapel.
I hear that boredom-hating witches just love being spoken to rudely.
That's only for hags who are tired of life after 1,000 years. I'm still plenty young, so I love thinking up horrible fates in which to trap rude men like you.
So, who's my enemy?
There's none. There's no one to stand in your way. I just want to sit back and watch you make your beautiful checkmate in this game. I've even found you an ally. That's what this Leon is for.
After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along with Leon's knowledge, or without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating.
Leon is a member of the Uchidamiya family, and should prove to be a useful ally, seeing as no one in the family knows you.
I'm not sure what all this is about, but I can hardly be of assistance until I know what's going on here. There, see? With help like this, it'll be a piece of cake.
Entertain me, my master wizard hunting right. I may be a polite theater goer, but I might throw popcorn at you if I get bored, okay?
Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now, he realized that he couldn't disobey Birkenstell's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at the rose-filled insides. You asked me to solve the case of Beatrice's murder, but Von Dyne's 20 rules, Rule 7, it is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse.
That's the devil's proof. Maybe it just isn't inside the casket? Unless you can prove that no corpse exists, this is a mystery.
Rule 1, it is forbidden to have a crime without all the clues presented.
Don't worry, everything is gathered here.
Though there was no change to Will's unsatisfied expression, he seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. The simple fact that a mere inquisitor of heresy had been summoned by an uninhabited, fickle, cruel, great witch of the Senate meant that he had been treated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her. So, who killed the owner of this empty coffin? I'll answer that question. However, you'll let me do things my way.
As you like.
First off, I need you to understand the current situation.
Yes, that would be extremely helpful at the moment.
Leon's expression seemed unplussed, angry, and confused all at the same time. Over here. It'll be faster to see it for yourself.
Wonderful. Please lead the way.
Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed him, as though resigned to see Will's little show. As she watched them leave the chapel, Birkenstell sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face.
As the Miko of the Great Witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating, feathering something a la Aurora, and as the Witch of Miracles, I, Birkenstell, announce the start of this game. The tale's title is Requiem of the Golden Witch. Spin a tale fitting for Beato's funeral. Well now, let's just see how you drag out the guts.
Interesting. She watched until the pair had left the chapel. Birkenstell's form evaporated into the empty air just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. Pardon me. Outside, it was still raining. When Cannon saw the guest and the successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply. Good work. You can take a break now. So, do you mind leaving? It's Cannon. Yes, as you wish. Cannon bowed deeply, then disappeared. Don't you remember the names of all your servants? Our family has many young servants coming in and out, and they're usually replaced quite frequently. Well now, what are you trying to explain to me? Who are you and what business do you have with this family? Of course, there's no need to convince me. Feel free to head on home if you want. There's no going home. Not for me. Not for anyone. Could you please give it a rest? Stop speaking in confusing riddles like that all the time. Even I have limits to my patience. If you don't want me to see you off, should I call Genji or Goda? Don't freak out. Look at this. Yes, I can see that. It's one of the memorial roses. Are you going to show me some kind of magic trick? Will took one of the flower offerings, then showed it to Leon, as though pointing out that there were no mechanisms or tricks. Then he slowly lifted it upwards. Watch. Yes, I'm watching. Is a dove going to fly out, or is it going to be flags and fireworks? Huh? Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which was why Leon had been struck dumb. A rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another, and it became a black husk like burnt charcoal. And even after this happened, it remained suspended there in the air. What sort of trick is this? Don't move. Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which had hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death. This chapel has been cut off from the fragment. We're currently locked in a concentrated loop of time. What do you mean by that? Explaining's a pain, so I'll give you the short version. Basically, once we play along with that witch's game, no one can leave this place. What? The funeral is already over. I'm sure some people will want to return to the mansion or the guest house. We can't be locked up in here. If you got a bone to pick, that witch is the one you're looking for. Being stuck in a place like this isn't any more pleasant for me. That girl's your friend, right? Make her stop all this weirdness. She's probably sitting in a spectator's seat with a bucket of popcorn about now. She won't come if we just call her. What on earth is going on? That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings that moment. However, Leon had seen the rose Will threw wither in an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was the exact same. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly. There's only one way for us to be released from here. We have to play along with Birkenstell's game. You mean the one about who killed Beatrice? It's what she's telling us to investigate. If you fill me in, it'll go more quickly. The fickle witch will be completely satisfied. You'll be able to get rid of the two of us, and I have a date with Diana when I get back. Who is Diana? If I keep her waiting... Wait, no, that's the person that was... Wait, no, that was Delanor. Was Diana that? Oh gosh, that sounded disgusting. I am so sorry. If I keep her waiting for too long, she'll start tearing up the sofa again. Oh, maybe a pet. Maybe. Who killed Beatrice, you say? That's hardly something you should go barging into a funeral and asking the family about. Questioning the family is one of the most basics of the mystery genre. Just give up and accept it. I do know that Beatrice is the mistress of Kinzo, the family head. You really are a strange person. How do you know so much about this family? Are you sure you have no connections with us? Will knew this much about the Ushinomiya family because Birkenstell had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushinomiya family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level. However, Beatrice died a long, long time ago. According to Genji, she passed away before the mansion was completed, but the reason for her death is unclear. To be honest, this is the first I've heard about her being killed. Tell me about it. My name is Ushinomiya Leon. Willard. Call me Will. For the first time, Will introduced himself. Their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile. Will-san. Call me Will. I'll call you Leon. Will. To be honest, even I don't know much about this person called Beatrice. I see. I guess it's called a game for a reason. If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all. Everyone who enters the Ushinomiya family knows the name and image of Beatrice. That's because of the massive portrait hanging in the entrance hall, isn't it? The portrait was first displayed on April of 1984. Seriously, how is it that you know so much? Well, it's about time I stopped finding that odd. I'm sure you'll just start speaking in riddles again. Leon was the successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Kinzo an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who are moody or hard to follow, with the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time. The conversation naturally fell into a pattern, as though Leon and his unknown man Will were oh my gosh, I'm struggling here. We're longtime friends. Everyone knows Beatrice, and yet no one knows her. Kinzo's the only one who's ever met her. The head seems to be particularly cranky today. I'll introduce you to him when the chance presents itself, so I ask that you develop an appropriately discreet attitude, Will-san. That was quick. I thought you'd resist a bit more than that. I'm used to speaking with the family head. I've learned to accept that most unreasonable situations just go with the flow. Birkenstell had set up a barrier cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Kinzo's rantings, understanding this was much more than enough.
Ooh, we're already at the first transition.
But yeah, I'm wondering, because
I don't think... I want to say Leon is non-binary,
but I could have just missed it being said, like, their gender. Because we just know that they're Jessica's, like, sibling. But I don't know. Because I feel like they're kind of, like, avoiding pronouns for Leon. The Ushinomiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale and not particularly appealing. Goda didn't cook this one. Even so, those
voracious kids seemed to find it intensely interesting. The cousins had set up camp around it with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in the different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everyone seemed to be a little more relaxed.
Rion, where did you go? And who is that?
Mother, I was entertaining this guest of ours. Will, this is my mother, Natsuhi. No introductions needed. Just tell me what you have to say.
Huh? Did you say something?
No, he said nothing. This is Will-san. It seems he knew the deceased. With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words. He wants to know more about Beatrice. Do you know anything about her mother?
Leon, the departed is an individual to whom the head owed a great debt. Nothing more, nothing less. This funeral is a ceremony for the head to repay his benefactor for all he received while the person still lived. That is what I have been told, and there is nothing more to it than that.
Thanks, Mother. Will, that's all what my mother knows. Natsuhi was eager to deny the scandal about Beatrice being Kinzo's mistress. However, she also had enough sense to realize that this scandal was probably true. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again. Will. Twitter didn't notify me of my tweet. Oh no! How rude! Twitter's been really weird lately, so I'm not surprised. But hello, Psych! I hope you're doing good. We have 2 new characters, and this person, this one might be an NB. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think their gender has been mentioned. So I'm headcanoning it until proving otherwise. Oh gosh! I haven't got that already. I can't believe the throw wasn't from Psych. Will, this chapel belongs to the family. So you're telling me to follow the family's rules? Speak in a manner appropriate for the guest of the family. Let me be the medium for all your conversations. I ask that you follow these 2 rules. I'll work on that. I'm here to hang with you. I will not be paying much attention to the game. Oh no! Well, fair enough, because you've probably missed quite a bit. But also, we've just been introduced to these new characters. The mess this Birkenstell witch or whatever has dragged us into is a real pain. Because of that, I'm willing to help you. But we're equal partners in this job, and you'd best not forget that. And here I thought you were just some well-bred rich boy. Oh, okay. Seems you can speak up after all. I must be prepared to shoulder the Ushidamiya family's future, after all. I don't know. I'll still headcanon it. Got it. Let's solve this crime together, Watson. I'm glad I can help. I wouldn't want to keep your dear cat Diana waiting. Won't she be fed soon? I gave her extra food today, so she should be good for a while. Surprised you realized Diana was a cat. I figured it was just a bit too eccentric for her to be a human woman who scratches at sofas when you keep her waiting. So, who will you talk to first? Anyone. Everyone. Those ones over there are Klaus's siblings, right?
Oh, thank you for the stretch. And the hydrate, too.
But yeah,
I'm still gonna headcanon.
I'm still gonna headcanon Leon as an NB. Because my brain is like, oh yeah, Will wouldn't care about pronouns and gender. He would misgender someone. We've only known him for like a few minutes. From right to left, there's Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi. Over there is Uncle Rudolph and Kire. And over there is Ushidamiya Rosa. When she was a girl, she once got lost in the forest and bumped into a woman calling herself Beatrice in the Hidden Mansion. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but you really do know everything, don't you? So, you know about that story too? I managed to overhear her saying that today. It looked as though it was bothering her, so I pretended not to hear. Real model student you are. Introduce me. I want to ask about it. You're asking this of the model student who pretended not to hear because it just might be a painful topic? Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at will.
Oh, it's our successor, Sama. And who is this?
Ah, Aunt Ava. This is Will-san. He came to offer flowers for the departed. But who cares about that? Tell me everything you know about... He says he wants to know about what sort of relationship the Ushimiya family has had with the deceased. Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Will silently protested, as though saying, I saw that coming, but damn it, that hurt. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Ava like a modeled student.
Well, even if you say relationship with the Ushimiya family...
It probably makes more sense to say her relationship with father. No need to beat around the bush. She was father's mistress. If you call her that, Natsuhine-san will yell at you again.
He's indebted to her, right?
Yep, that's right. Well, there you have it. I have no interest in anyone but Rosa. I do believe that. You said you met with Beatrice, Aunt Rosa. This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver.
She just suddenly came out with it today. It's a bit hard to believe.
It's the truth. I killed Beatrice. Perfect. Our work here is finished.
Don't get ahead of yourselves.
I did not hear the thing go off. The wow was too quiet, so I'll just... Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kide and Hideyoshi tried to console her.
Rokunjima is covered by a dense forest. We only know about one tiny portion of it. Just the mansion, the rose garden, and the little path that leads to the harbor.
For years, there have been stories about how Dad built a hidden mansion somewhere in the vast forest that no one knew about, and that he had a mistress living there. Rosa's son probably stumbled on the hidden mansion by chance.
However, what does that have to do with Aunt Rosa killing Beatrice? If I hadn't taken her out with me, she never would have died. She was so innocent, like a chick. I took her out, and she just followed along obediently. She stayed right behind me, trusting me completely, and because I made her take such a dangerous path...
Did you make her walk that way because you were hoping she'd slip and fall from the cliff?
I never meant to do that. I just thought she'd like to see the ocean. No, it just looked like the path would be hard to walk, and I thought that it would be easier going if we went down the cliffs first.
I knew there was a...
I can defend myself, Rocket.
Hopefully you're having a good day.
We have 2 new characters we're following right now.
And that's not what it means to kill someone. It was an accident.
An accident she never would have had if I hadn't brought her with me, right? It's my fault. And then I abandoned her when she was covered in blood and ran home.
It isn't your fault. Beatrice had never seen the ocean before. You showed her that for the first time ever. She was probably so excited that she just happened to take a bad step.
How can you say that?
Beatrice might thank you for what you did, but she would never hate you.
Really? Is that really true?
She's the one who begged to see the world outside the fence, right? Though it was only for a short while, you made that dream of hers come true. If I were Beatrice, I'd thank you for that short bit of time. If she knew that you'd been suffering all this time for it, she'd probably feel sorry for you. Beatrice is grateful for what you did. You're the one who taught her that the sea is blue. Maybe flirtier than usual. I'm in a spicy mood again. Oh no. Is that true? I guarantee it. Will made that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it.
Thank you.
Those are the words Beatrice is whispering to you even now.
Thank you.
Rosa wiped her eyes with the handkerchief one more time and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time. You really have no problem making claims you could never back up, don't you? Back up? Is that really necessary to comfort a woman? It seems I underestimated you. How many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, she would probably be able to face that innocently smiling Beatrice, who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now, the two of them could finally speak together. I don't know what you are, or who you are, but thank you. I wonder if she'll forgive me. You've worried about it for nearly 20 years. Pardon me. That's far too long. She'd tell you that you've suffered more than enough already. That's right, Aunt Rosa. The sadder you are, the sadder Beatrice would be. You too. Thank you. I don't know if I'll be forgiven, but I'll keep on speaking to my heart to see whether she'll forgive me or not. Thanks, you two. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me. And I'm sorry to say this after saying something so pretty, but I want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened back then.
No way! I can't believe this!
That's Leon right now. It's just like, stop getting in everybody's business. Wilson. Thanks, but it's fine. I'll talk. Hiding this and keeping quiet about it for so long might have been my greatest sin. Exactly when was it that you met Beatrice? Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes lightly, reaching back to a past she didn't want to remember. The game has a safety on it? I don't know. I don't know how safe this game is. Gun. I don't know about guns, so I don't know. I don't know. It's a prop gun. It's a prop gun. It's empty. It's empty unless. So why is there a new dude and why is Beatrice a captive? Okay, so Beatrice isn't a captive. Beatrice is dead. This started with her being in a casket. I don't know who Will is. I don't know who Leon is. Leon, that's spelled like lion. Hello. Well, okay, I guess I can't say that for Leon because Leon is, Jessica is their sister. I believe they're the older sibling, I think. They're not 20 yet, is what they said, but I don't know how old they are. Give me a sign to unmute. Eh? Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know about Will. He's an Inquisitor, I guess? But, like, that's all we know. Going to walk up a cliff trail so I can slip it. I blame someone else for my death. No! No, Rocket, no! No! No, no, get over here. No! No falling off a cliff! No! What? Okay. Hopefully this will be a sign for you to come back and unmute, maybe. I don't know. Why? I don't even know. It was about 20 years ago. 20, or wait, it might have been 19 or 18 years ago. I'm sorry. Yes. Is that? I think so. Unless you don't want unless you don't want to listen to the story, but like I finished explaining stuff. I'm sorry. I've tried to force myself to forget it for so long that I've nearly forgotten that part completely. It should have been 1967. Donove had guaranteed that with the Red Truth in the third game. That's right. It was probably 1967. I can remember what happened as clearly as a picture. I'll never forget. I've been traumatized ever since. Like hearing your voice, so it's worth having the game in the background. If it's tough for you, don't feel like you have to tell us. Yes, clear as a picture, if you don't mind. Damn it, that hurts, Leon. What does? I like how sassy they are. At the time, I was in a state of shock, since my tutor told Mother about something that was supposed to be a secret. On that day, I became reckless, and I kept on running deeper and deeper into the forest. This tale had also been told in a previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she went deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice. But that forest is so thick, even pushing your way through a bit of it is hard, right? I even surprised myself. To think that I made it so far into such a dense forest, I was tormented by twigs and sharp leaves over and over again. However, that wasn't enough to bother me on that day. After all, I wanted to disappear into the forest and vanish forever. If by some chance there really is a witch's mansion in the depths of the forest, I hoped that she might take me to the same paradise, or to some paradise. Okay, that's why I tripped over it. Or else turn me into a frog and make me a resident of the forest. So you then reached the hidden mansion, Kuadorian, and met a woman who called herself Beatrice. Yes, I met her. Was that Beatrice the same as the one in the portrait? Yes, they were the same person. Leaves aren't sharp. I mean, no. If it's a Pokemon move, Razor Leaf, then yeah. Pardon me. Yes, they were the same person. Beautiful blue eyes, golden hair, a black dress. It truly was the person in that portrait. When Father first had it hung, I realized that the 20 years I'd spent trying to forget must have seemed just as long to Father, if not even longer, and I became even more fearful of my sin. Taking votes on most shown picture in the entire game, the orchard is up there. Probably. If we're not counting, like, the character sprites, I would say Beato's portrait, probably. Probably more shown than, like, the dining hall. Stop there. Are we sure that this is the same Beatrice that Rosa-san met? Immediately. Has it already been the time frame for me being in goblin mode? Why am I not exploding anymore? Why is everything broken already? Let me check something. Because I should have been exploded. I thought I exploded when I changed, but I guess I didn't. I mean, I'm checking something real quick. Yeah. Where is the overlay? It's right here. Maybe refresh it. That'll maybe fix it next time. Maybe? Disconnection. Okay. Very weird. Wow. I didn't realize it was going to be like a connection test. Okay. But we fixed it at least. We need a tiny redeem, maybe. Immediately can't smoke the question that Will had been thinking of. Okay, I just did that so that way we can go to the next screen. What? Okay. You want a tiny redeem and then you want me in the way. Okay, I get you. I understand you, Eggies. Anyway. But maybe at one point, it could be like me being small, and then like my voice could be pitched up so I sound small, maybe? I don't know. It would be too harsh to assume that the Beato Kinzo met and the one Rosa met were the same person. The time and generation didn't match up. Beatrice is supposed to be that lady of leisure who lent Dad all that gold shortly after the war, right? By using Beatrice's gold as a foundation, Father revived the Ushimiya family and got super rich. Then he bought Rokonjima and moved over. Rosa-san meeting her must have been at least 10 years after that. A woman who could do as she pleased with 10 tons of gold could hardly be some little girl. And 10 more years passed before she met Rosa. Rosa, how old did the Beatrice you met look? Alex Routine would work the same way. True. That could be a thing. She looked older than I was at the time, but even so, it looked as though she might be just reaching adulthood. Yes, just the sort of age of the Beatrice in the portrait. Did she look middle-aged or past her prime? If I had to call her an adult or a child, she was clearly closer to being a child. There's no way she was middle-aged. And isn't that strange? We met the Beatrice you met and the Beatrice who gave Father we have the Beatrice you met and the Beatrice who gave Father the gold, but their ages don't match. In other words, they're different people. Different people?
who would look very similar and have the same name.
It might have been her daughter. A kid would obviously end up looking like her mother.
His mistress's daughter.
It is possible.
Perhaps father had an illegitimate child with the Beatrice who gave him the gold.
And then Rosa bumped into Beatrice II. That way the ages fit just fine.
I see. In other words, there are two people who can be called Beatrice. Kinzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. It made sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head. So, it would seem that this funeral exists for the two Beatrices who he couldn't mourn because they were kept secret.
Rosa, I know you probably don't want to remember, but tell me about the accident. After Beatrice fell, was she still breathing?
No. Her eyes were open wide. She fell upside down, head first, and knocked her head against a sharp crag on the rocky beach. And she fell from such a height, her skull had split and caved inwards. The beautiful golden hair was stained red with blood almost instantly.
Was it the sort of wound that clearly showed that she was dead?
Yes. I saw the inside of her cracked head. It had caved in deep enough to fit your fist inside it. No one could be naive enough to see that and still hope that she was alive.
Will, do you really need to ask anything more? That's enough for the time of the accident. What did you do afterwards?
I dashed away at full speed. I can't say I was thinking about calling for help. I wanted to escape from that place as fast as I could. Half crazed, sobbing, and out of breath, I kept on running about at random. Eventually, I came across a familiar lion statue. Oh, the one in front of the chapel? No, the one behind it. Anyway, I made it back to the mansion. I couldn't tell anyone, and I didn't want to. I stayed quiet until nightfall. It was so horrible of me. If I had rushed and told someone, they might have brought her a first aid kit, and she might have been saved.
How is a first aid kit going to help with a crushed cranium? You didn't kill her. Don't worry about that anymore.
Then, what did you do next?
Can you visualize a 8 fluid ounce container?
I think so. Regular soda cans are 16 ounces, right? So it would just be like those little itty bitty cans.
Schmall can.
I think so, anyway, right?
Yeah, the itty bitty baby cans that are like really, really cute.
Then, what did you do next? That night, I turned over in my bed so many times. I couldn't sleep. Late that night, I quietly called Genji-san on the phone and told him.
What did he say?
He told me to let him handle everything and to speak of this to no one. I spent the next several days terrified that father would call for me and scold me brutally, but he didn't. Genji-san kept on doing his job quietly, just like normal. Father stayed locked up in a study, not knowing any of it. At the very least, none of us ever heard about it.
Genji-san probably managed to clean everything up nicely.
After all, they couldn't let knowledge of that child go public.
Even if she was an illegitimate child, she was still his daughter by blood. It must have been tough for father not being able to hold a real funeral for her.
I suppose that's why we're having this funeral.
And then, your opinion, do you think 6 8-ounce containers of chalky milk is worth $10?
I feel like that's a bit much. Maybe?
I feel like it would have to be like really good chalky milk to really I don't know. I feel like that is like just a smidge too much. I'm not sure. Yeah, because that's like... Sorry, I didn't mean to distract, guys, okay? But yeah, I feel... I don't know, unless it's like a very, very, very fancy chalky milk, I feel like that's a little too much.
And that's all I know.
and that's all I know too.
I'm not hiding anything else. I've told you everything. I swear it.
Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had apparently been little more than a review of information he already knew.
What do you mean, save? We're just vibing, we're just reading.
Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Is that enough for you, Will? Are you satisfied? That's enough. It was a nice review. To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. That was the first time he'd heard all about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death, but none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more about what was in the fragments Birkenstell gave him, he would need to find new testimony. Leon, tell Kinzo that I want to talk to him.
Rude Mo, what? What?
Rocket, what are you doing? Rude? What? Do we know about how much Umineko we have left to play? Well, we have this chapter and we have the next chapter or episode. I don't know. If I had to guess, like maybe 3 or 4 weeks. I'm not 100% sure. But I don't know. I feel like it'll probably be a bit. Because this episode is like the ending, and then I was told that the next one is like the epilogue. And then like a little extra stuff. I don't know. At least 13 more murders. True. Assuming 2 streams per week, yeah. Leon, tell Kinzo that I want to talk to him. It looks like we won't get anywhere without asking the man himself. Where are you going? Off to cool my head and organize my thoughts. Don't follow. Well then, pardon me. Please take your time. After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. Little sassy. Little sassy Leon. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting. So, how's the game going? And he had come here for a little peace and quiet. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out. Oh, that was not him. That's my line. It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Birkenstell appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable.
Butler annoyed me over and over with his incompetence. You're quite competent compared to him, so it's much more relaxing to watch you work.
Unlike Uchidemiya Battler's games, I have nothing standing in my way. It's easy.
That sort of game has already ended. Tales can be enjoyed twice. First you love them, then you tear out their guts.
And I'm a butcher, so I'm a butcher now.
So, do you think you figured out who killed Beatrice?
Rosa's confession is something I already know from the previous fragment. There was no brand new information. We're still at square one. Unless Uchidemiya Kinzo tells us what really happened, we won't get any further than this. Don't tell me that arguing with Kinzo and persuading him to spill the beans is supposed to be part of this game.
That'd be fatally boring. Kinzo refuses to speak of the truth and is himself the king protected by his castle. But it wouldn't be any fun to have that stand in the way of your game.
I won't torture. It's not my style.
I know. As the game master, I will grant you power, so that you can get the truth from Kinzo, of course.
Still wearing shoes, Birkenstell stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Were there supernatural themes in Higurashi? A little bit. There was that whole chapter where basically Banana read the books from Tometa and was like, yep, aliens, those are a thing, not demons. Demons don't exist, but aliens, yeah. All these witches and magic and power, but nobody has a mind reading or mind control spell. true. Maybe that's a little OP. And then a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will. No longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal. The detective's authority?
What, that pathetic ability? No. This is an invitation to the grandstands.
Theater-going authority? That's supposed to be forbidden without authorization from the Senate.
I'm the one giving it. On my game board. Who's going to stop me?
Demons are fun. Could dress as a demon for Halloween. They've already got the horns. True. It would be pretty easy. Although the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useless it was to argue with the witches and snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared.
Entertain me if you can, and try and enjoy yourself. You must also be interested in seeing what the guts of Beatrice's game board look like, right?
Not really. After Will's rude answer, Birkenstell vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. Demon Zeph would be cute. I mean, like, you know, maybe. Maybe just a little bit cute. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him near the door that led outside. You could dress up as Nico from One Shot? Maybe. Maybe. Because then the horns could be in place of, like, the ears on the hat. Yeah? I think I forgot what Nico's hat looked like, and I immediately thought of heckin' Moki's hat. And I don't know if they're actually that close. It could be Nico and I could be the World Machine black and white Nico. Maybe. That could be fun. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him near the door that led outside. Who is it?
Pardon me. I heard a voice, so I wondered who it was.
Ah, Shannon. So, you're running the reception desk this time?
Yes. I've been taking it in turns with Canon-kun to run the reception desk.
And Cannon?
A short while ago, he was ordered by, Leon-sama to take a break, so he's resting now.
So you don't know Leon either?
Huh? No, that's not...
But the big question is there another game after this one? For like Ryo Kishi's games, there is Kokonia, I believe. But with that one, there's a thing. Ryo Kishi wishes for people to not play a specific point if they're like streaming it. So I'm not 100% sure whether or not I'll stream it in general. But maybe, I don't know. But also, like, I'll probably have to pick it up like when it's on sale, because like it's normally like $40 and it's not complete yet. So, you know, eventually I probably will, but at the moment I don't have plans. But maybe. Uchinomiya Leon is the successor, the one who wears the silver ring. Why are you stumbling over that name when you've worked here for 10 years?
That's...
And I don't believe it's not safe for work, no. Don't worry, I don't recognize Leon either. Kraus is supposed to be the successor. Jessica is supposed to be his only child. There hasn't been a single fragment with anyone named Leon in the Uchinomiya family. When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more. Very interesting. But yeah, if anything, for like big main games after this one, I've been contemplating Danganronpa, but I don't know. Maybe I'll play the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, possibly, because that'll maybe be shorter. I don't know. It's still a long game, but it's probably shorter than the entirety of Danganronpa.
Where is this place? I think it's the Ushidamiya family chapel. However, something feels different about it. Also, I never knew that someone named Leon-sama existed. And yet, Madam, Klaus-sama, the master, milady, and all the relatives all talk as though it's perfectly unnatural. I just don't understand what's happening.
Leon is a piece placed by Birkenstell. She also said that in order to place that piece, she switched over to a larger cat box. On top of that, it seemed this world isn't a proper world, but one made out of several different fragments sewn together. It's as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down on popcorn. You still have the game left, and I want you to play. I know. Do I actually have it? I forget. I don't think I have it yet. But I will. Oh, I do. Okay. So. Okay. I couldn't remember, Psych. I feel like you did, but I wasn't 100% sure. Okay. We can maybe take that as a little intermission. Mayhaps. The Dankanonpa, or however you spell it, it can be spicy. Can it though? Can it? Concern. It is not a short game, but it's not a long game. Okay, so it'll be a nice game to play in between the two long games. How long have you worked here in this world?
10 years.
I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Kinzo. Since Shannon had been working here for 10 years, this world takes place in 1986, the stage of Biyato's game. In that case, Kinzo shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago. Dang it, Grandpa has some unsay-so part. Not full lewd, though. Oh no. Like in like as a whole, or in each game? Birkenstell promised that all the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. She must have really packed it together for everything in, or to fit everything in. I see. So it really is a special stage. As it can be. The one I played had panty shot gag that was a key piece of evidence to solve a murder. Oh. I mean, I guess if it's too much, I can just, like, do this. like that one, like the Satoko scene. I hope panty shots are not bannable because Nier has a lot of those. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to look into that, because I feel like it should be okay. I've been seeing a few people playing Danganronpa, so it should be okay. You've served the Ushidame family for many years, so just how much do you know about Beatrice?
I know the master loved her deeply, but other than that...
Is that all?
And, they say that she's the master of Rokenjima's knight.
That's right. The name of the ghost rumored to wander the mansion night after night is also Beatrice. I was also going to play that, so let me know if you find out. My stream deck was not telling me that I was muting or not. I'm trying not to die, it's just a little cough. That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. The first is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Kinzo the gold. The second is the Beatrice from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. And third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night of Rokenjima. Thank you for the hydrate.
I'm trying to stop dying. I'm almost done dying. It's okay.
Furuta Erika's reasoning was probably correct. It started out as a legend of evil spirits on Rokenjima. Later on, elements such as Kinzo's occult hobbies, the name and portrait of the mysterious woman Beatrice, and the epitaph got mixed in, and it was all integrated into the legend of the Golden Witch. Then, the darkness of the night gained the personality of the witch. That's the third Beatrice. This became a veil for the serial murders. Apparently, she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty. Don't waste your time trying to understand. You'll just get a headache.
My apologies.
Kenan didn't know Leon either, right?
Yes, Canon-kun was the same as me.
Shannon. And Canon, is it? Call Canon over here. I want to talk to the pair of you about something. When Will said those words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide.
My apologies. We aren't allowed to leave the reception desk unmanned, so I can't leave to go get him.
Then find a replacement and have them take over the reception desk until you get back. You, me, and Canon. We, the 3 people who don't know Leon, need to talk.
We've been told that one person is enough to run the reception desk.
But no one told you that there was anything wrong with 2 people manning it, right?
We're low on helpers today, so we were told that having 2 people at the reception desk would be unnecessary.
Who gave that order? Kinzo? Kraus? Or was it Leon? I will check with them.
It was the one who orders me. I cannot disobey orders.
Why you capitalizing the end of your sentence there? I'm gonna switch to the Japanese text like real quick.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
I mean, let me double check something. Cause so it's just the that's the katakana. Interesting. Okay. I was seeing if it was if her sentence ended with like this in katakana, which would have been really weird for her to be Teledor all of a sudden, but very, very strange that it ended with the katakana at the very end there. Who is this person? I'll negotiate with them. This is very Telenor-like, weirdly.
You cannot negotiate. It is the one who orders us.
Hey guys, 2 quick questions.
I agree, Callie. I agree. What's going on?
Can you stop? Can we not do this?
For 5 seconds?
5 seconds?
I agree with you for once, Callie. Call Canon over here. I hate theater going just as much as I hate torture. Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. Does he have a gun? When he slowly opened his fist, a small bright glow emanated from it. Oh, okay, it's the thing he was given. The flower petal given to him by Birkenstell had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. Everything's going down. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her. Call Canon. I want to check something with you two.
I cannot call him. Do you still want me to?
If you don't call him, I'm going to use my authority. They do be hotted.
If you insist, I can call him specifically or specially for you, but...
A space. There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket and his right palm glowing and stretched out towards her. Shannon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her, her posture beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though windswept drops of rain were sparkling and crackling in the air.
I will go call Canon-kun. Are you absolutely certain?
Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle, and yet the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was similar to that. I had a similar situation when my elf was showing me, like my elf begged me to play like one game of chess, and so that happened, and we ended up hitting a stalemate. Try explaining the second half of the game to Battler from the very beginning. Oh my gosh. I feel like beginner Battler's brain would explode. I see. So after all, I get it. That's enough. You guys can take it in turns and run the reception desks. Or reception desk. Slowly, Will lowered his hand.
Thank you for understanding.
The glow slowly vanished from The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they had always had been. Oh, are you leaving? Footsteps approached them. It was Leon. Just having a casual conversation. I wanted to ask her something.
What could that be? Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah.
I'm honored to have been of service.
That's a shame. If you were looking for an umbrella, I could have gotten you one right away.
I just realized I haven't seen these guys in original arts. Recognize.
He's like, Did you convince Kinzo? I told him that a rare guest wanted to greet him. He says he'll meet with you. Did you tell him that I wanted to ask about Beatrice?
Isn't that your job?
With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Wait, do it once more? Okay, I'll do it once more.
He's so angry. Why is it Majima?
I like how Leon looks pretty similar. I keep forgetting the liner is kind of crunchy. It's much. I mean, I will accept the Kiryu comparison with Will, but Leon's not as doesn't have that same do not let me. Oh well, now I have to. I will have to let you now. Mlim. Toss away.
Okay.
With a slightly oh wait, I don't remember if I read this part. Did you tell him that I wanted to ask about Beatrice? Isn't that your job? With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed. Oh well, guess I'll get a chance to try this out at least. Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand, without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture. Good work. Wait, your name was...
It's Shannon.
That's right, Shannon. Please, take over at the reception desk, and make sure you keep warm.
Thank you very much, Leon-sama.
Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner. Let's go, Will. You don't want to miss this chance. The head's mood changes quicker than the autumn sky.
Good luck.
Here we go. Oh, okay.
Just flower transition again.
Although I guess if I see... I guess we can see Leon in that comparison to Zero Majima, perhaps. When he's working at the Grand. Also, real quick, apparently the whole series from 0 to 6 is on a bundle sale on Steam. I think for $35 you can get all 7 of those games. So recommend. That basically makes each game $5, so pretty good time to get them. Go all in and buy the whole series except for like 7 and Ishin. I think 7 might be on sale by itself. I'm not 100% sure, but yes, it's as a bundle on sale. Anyway, sorry, I just really like Yakuza. I've brought Williard-san. Kinzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Kinzo was sitting back in his chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep. I was so caught off guard by the fact that they're in a room other than his study. Master, the guest has come to see you. I have an emote from Cast 3 I wish I had when you played Zero Escape 2 because it would have made the joke even funnier. Which one? Kinzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will. I am Ushiramiya Kinzo. I am not going to do that deep of a voice because I feel like it will hurt my throat and make me cough even more. Will, I'm Willard. Allow me to express my condolences. So, you came here to attend Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you? I'm no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You'll just get a headache. Ow! I'll ask that you choose your words a little more carefully. Smile. What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me? I want to ask about Beatrice. Oh no! Honestly, I don't, because I remember the cream clone joke was just like it broke me when you made that. So if you paired that emote with it, I don't know if I might have actually died. Maybe. What? Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had been so direct. Why do you ask? You're no one, aren't you? Why do you want to know about Beatrice? What is your purpose? Because I'm no one, I can listen to your tale impartially and record it. You'll probably leave this world before too long. If you die without telling anyone about Beatrice, your children will adorn Beatrice with whatever tale they please, writing that into their memories. You entertain me, boy. Do you plan on writing my will for me? But that is none of your business. Beatrice is mine alone. No matter what other people say, no one can defile our tale. What they say is of no consequence. No matter how Klaus and the others misconstrue it, it will be neither painful nor vexing to me. Willard-sama, the Master is not fond of wills. He is not the sort of man who will abandon a task so that it might be performed after his life ends. Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit unlike you. The ability to struggle on as long as we have life is what makes us human. You think I will give up so soon and leave behind a will? How laughably absurd. Yes, that sounds a bit more like you. It's not your style to ask someone to write about the past just because you think your death is drawing near. We know how deeply you loved Beatrice-sama. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know, and an example of us to follow in every aspect of our lives. Please guide our wandering souls and tell us just how much you loved her grandfather. How are you able to live through everything you faced because of her love? I only ask for you to guide us by showing us that love's strength. You're pretty good at this. It's your fault for being so tactless. I would have been banned for making joke. Oh no. Oh gosh. Probably not banned, but I don't know. I was gonna say yeeted, but I didn't really have the stream avatars on outside of art streams back then. But I probably would have been like, get out of here. Boy. Do you know of Beatrice? What do you know of Beatrice? A truly ignorant person wouldn't even be interested in learning more. The mere fact that you know Beatrice's name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected. Do you think Zeph does the Kinzo voice to left you when they're being sassy? when my elf's being sassy or when I'm being sassy? Good point. The Beatrice I know of is the woman you loved, the one you met before the mansion on Rokenjima was even built. However, she probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter. And that's the girl who was raised in Kuradorian. Oh. Willard-sama. There is no building known as Kuradorian on Okanjima. That name, Kuradorian. You mentioned it when you were talking with Aunt Rosa, too. What in the world does it mean? You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep within the forest where his mistress's daughter lived. I thought it was Kinzo, but it is not. Interesting. So you actually know the name of Kuradorian. Continue. You have sparked my interest. Kinzo shrugged and grinned. The one living in Kuradorian was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seemed that you, at least, didn't think of her that way. Oh. Then, what did I think of her? When Ushidamiya Rosa went to Kuradorian, Beatrice told her a little about herself. In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same when she spoke to you directly. Though she said that she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. She either chose not to call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you that. That can only mean one thing. And what might that be? Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as the child Beatrice left behind. You believed that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body. Genji. Once in the past, you spoke in front of Natsuhi and several other family members, stating that there was never a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. I have no memory of saying this. Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. When I die, I want to write my will in such the lawyer has a legal obligation to fight my brother. Oh my gosh. That'd be so fun. Just write it in a convoluted way that, like, just have the will the same length as Umineko. However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together. He, denied it, saying that I have not heard of anything like that. That may have been a lie, but in a way it was a model answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice reborn. Will, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head. This isn't slander, it's reasoning. However, I understand the heart. In your eyes, Beatrice was the woman you loved most. She remained that way even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the slightest. I doubt you thought of her as Beatrice reborn at the moment of her birth. However, it wouldn't be strange if you slowly began to wonder whether that child, whose blue eyes and beautiful blonde hair reminded you of a younger Beatrice, might actually be Beatrice reborn. Master, shall I? Shall I drag this rude child out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past. Voice acting time.
Sweetie, I don't care how upset you are about DoorDash not bringing your Baja Blast. Now put your clothes back on. What?
What kind of situation was going on there? Your daughter grew to be beautiful and nearly identical to her mother. You must have been ecstatic. However, I doubt you'd be completely satisfied by that alone. After all, though she was Beatrice reborn to you, she didn't think of herself that way.
How can you know that?
Whenever she was called Beatrice, she got this feeling that she couldn't shake away, a feeling like something was out of place. People never feel anything out of place about the name they're given at the time of their birth. However, she did have that feeling. That must mean she was aware that the name Beatrice wasn't hers. In Kuradorian, she asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. No, I'm going to write it in a way that can't be seen as I wrote it when I wasn't of sound mind. I just want to know a lawyer got the snot beat. Oh no. People don't feel out of place about the name they're given at birth. This man is out here dead naming, absolutely. Her memory would have returned eventually. She must have been Beatrice reborn. I don't know exactly who's talking. Her memory was coming back bit by bit. My magical ceremonies were helping her regain her memories once a little bit at a time. I believe it's Kinjo talking, I don't know.
Head-sama.
There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far, this is the obvious answer you get. The high-level Beatrice talked about this. By metaphor, she said that Kinzo refused to let the witch's soul escape even after death, and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh. She also said that her power and memory had been sealed. If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense. Willard-sama. Thanks to powerful magic ceremonies, the master gained a reborn child of the dead Beatrice-sama. That cannot be denied. I will deny the stork. And I don't intend to doubt the depths of Kinzo's love for this woman called Beatrice. How a man shows his affection for a child who's the only living reminder of her mother is no one's business. If she grew to look more and more like Beatrice and Kinzo's love gave rise to a new special emotion, I find that a very human reaction.
You think you can understand my love?
I am not qualified to understand it. However, I am also not qualified to deny it.
Oh, Beatrice, please, forgive me.
Kinzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions onto someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Disney show. Then, the Beatrice of Kuradorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. That woman simply couldn't believe that she was the Beatrice Kinzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. And then she promptly died, which was very sad. Then, she fell from the cliff and died. Why does this feel like an ending?
I don't know. I think it's because it's wrapping up like a certain plot point a little bit, but
I would be surprised if episode 7 that we're on was not even 2 hours. Genji handled that death, which couldn't become public knowledge, very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You could never do that. That's why it festered within you.
Beatrice! Ah!
Grandfather, you lost your mistress's daughter. No, you lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart. And it eventually festered and turned to madness. That's what spurred on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years.
Oh! Beatrice! Beatrice! Why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, that beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms not once, but twice? Is that how much you... Oh! Oh! I don't know what played. Oh!
By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes scratched at his head in anguish.
Majima.
Sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of the door closing. It is, the Majima brainwash is really real with the pensive face. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared. I need to cough real quick.
Thank you for the hydrate.
I did it while I was still muted.
If they already know that much, perhaps we could tell them the rest.
Though, if they know that much, I don't believe there is anything more to tell.
No, we should tell them.
As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Coridorian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now, someone has appeared who is worthy to hear it. I believe that now is the time to tell all without holding back.
If you die, I get to become the new pastel dragon. Oh no! Does that mean that when you die, I get to become a sprite? Kumasawa-san, do you know something about Beatrice? What? No. I'm immortal, true. Of course she does. In the 4th game, we have testimony from the ferryboat captain saying that Kumasawa went in and out of Kuradorian. I'd be willing to bet that Kumasawa had different work shifts at the mansion in Kuradorian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kumasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value.
That is correct. You might even call me her wet nurse. I don't know what that means, but you know, that's what I was.
No way. I can't believe it. So, everything Will-san is saying is the truth?
Yes, it is a fact. A secret mansion was constructed on the opposite side of the island for Beatrice-sama. Coridorian's existence is truth.
I don't know when Kinzo married his...
I don't know who's talking.
Oh, but nurse is a nurse who breastfeeds. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't know who's talking, so I'm just gonna assume that it's Kumasawa still.
I don't know when Kinzo married his official wife, but at that time he already had an enormous store of wealth and had bought Rokonjima whole. He then built 2 mansions and set up 2 separate lives.
Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities at the time. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain 2 separate lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
The master stayed in Kumadorian as much as time allowed. He would sometimes pretend to go on a business trip and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice-sama. It was not a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the dead Beatrice-sama, and it was a heartwarming thing.
The way you say it makes it sound like he sometimes treated her as a substitute for the dead Beatrice.
Oh, if it sounded that way, my apologies. Beatrice-sama probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand.
Kumasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was sometimes misplaced. However, the more she grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted. And you're right to scold me, my friend. I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, I must acknowledge that I poured that affection onto the wrong person. Grandfather. Wait, you don't mean...
Leon-sama, all humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there is always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together.
No way. Grandfather. Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle. Moreover, however, also including otherwise besides additionally. Yeah.
Master, the time to speak has arrived, has it not?
I see. So that time has come, my friend. Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear. Master, I believe that may have the... I believe they may have the qualifications and the right to know. Yeah, I'm... With the way it's presenting it, I feel like that is what they are implying. Well, at least none of us liked Kinzo, right? At least we all knew that Kinzo was stinky. It's just now that he's stinkier than we could have ever imagined. I know.
Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heaven has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now.
After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered his hands that had been covering his face and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes.
Grandfather. You listen too, Leon. Guest. Willard, was it?
Yeah.
I thank you for giving me a chance to speak of the truth while I am still able. You must surely be a messenger from heaven sent by Beatrice. You have my gratitude.
Beatrice isn't the one you have to thank. It was just a witch. Well, I guess they're both witches.
I do not care who it was. I have been given a chance. That is enough. Thank you.
Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then, the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was the power that Birkenstell had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it.
Now, I will speak. I met Beatrice. Beatrice Castiglione. Just right before the end of the war. She came from across the sea. She's Italian.
We'll get more lore.
Please tell it. Hello? Who are you? Wait, you have Balor's face. That's a Balor expression right there. Are you Kinzo? It's how grandfather looked in the past. I've seen photos. Just what on earth? Everyone has Balor's face. It's the theater-going power that Birkenstell gave me. Don't try to understand. I'll just get a headache. You're getting the hang of this. At that time, Genji told Balor that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. That makes sense. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Balor, they looked very similar. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Ushinomiya Kinzo. Grandfather! Even the voice seemed to resemble Balor's somehow. Clearly, Balor had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other. I had no desire to succeed the Ushinomiya family headship. Looks like Steve Irwin. Oh gosh, it's the outfit, right? That's Balor's face, give it back, right? My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate. In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away and you were selected from the branch families. And that's correct. After all, grandfather was wise despite his youth, and he already possessed a dignity fitting for the headship. Ridiculous. Those greedy elders kept looking out for their own personal interests and couldn't decide on a new head at all. It was as foolish as arguing about who the next new captain would be on a sinking ship. So, you had no connections with anyone in the main family. You were selected right out of the blue. It's all because of my toes. If only I had one less toe on each foot, my life may have turned out quite differently. I still find it so funny that it's all because of his toes. In the Ushinomiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. No, don't show the toes. After all, many of the great ones in their family history had possessed it. It was all very pathetic. The elders didn't care whom they dragged in as long as it wouldn't benefit any of them particularly. So it just happened to hear that, they just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes and decided that that would do well enough. Precisely. The elders didn't care what sort of novice became the next head as long as they could make him their puppet. In fact, the more this person was ignorant of the leadership, the better it would be for them.
What? Say, what?
Grandfather. Leon, It is quite different in your case. You'll be the one who inherits everything I have. That is the fate you were granted on the day of your birth. That is why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. You are quite different from me. You are already a splendid successor of whom no one could be ashamed. Yes, sir. A puppet for the head. I doubt that could have been easy. As he pondered about where to begin, Kinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from. Kinzo was never proud of any one line isn't real. That's true, that's true. It lasted for so long, that span of gray days. That dizzying stretch of time I spent dead like moss growing on a rock. I became the rope of a tug-of-war between the elders who thought of nothing but their own profit. And I probably could have snapped at any moment. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed. So I was forced to search for death on my own. I also had a great day a few weeks ago at a Homestuck cafe. True. Wait, did you actually paint yourself gray? Wait, no, you were cosplaying as one of the human kids, so you wouldn't have been gray. Unless you were gray one of the days. Cosplay me. I wore a sweater and had a flashlight. Fun. Oh, also, I saw a TikTok of a Vriska and a Terezi at the cafe, and I was about to be like, oh, did I find the Vriska that Psyche was looking for? But when I was looking through their videos, they were the tricksters when you went. So it was not them. Before I realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. That dizzying, long stretch of gray was completely empty. Oh, those tricksters were so glowy. Were they? I guess they were. I guess they are very, like, glowy under black light colors. I don't know. It lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult, then I spent a period of time long enough to create a human. Doing nothing but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppets. They had LEDs in their clothes. Ah, I see! Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara. And yet, my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible levels, so I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Ushinomiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I have any independence. There was no need for me to get involved in anything. I was just a doll sitting there on the doll rack, gathering dust. May I try the commercial command? I mean...
But we're in backstory. We're in a backstory, though.
I remember nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself up inside my own world. Doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks, and it lasted a full 20 years. If you want, once we go on our break, instead of pressing the add button, I can let you try out the commercial command. Before I knew it, I suddenly had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. But that did not matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. Oh, I didn't know you ran ads.
Yeah, I run ads during the break.
Or at least when I remember to. That's the only time that I run ads. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Ushinomiya family head. Yes, On some level, I did feel as though I was being slowly and quietly killed. I can't believe it. To think that you, the one who has been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, lived life like that for so long. Leon, there is nothing so long and faint as a life you do not live for yourself, and yet it slides on by in the blink of an eye. Do not forget this. Life you live for yourself. One more ads, I can't see any. But that's because you're subbed, so you don't see the ads. Living means having your own will. You probably were dead during that time. Precisely. I wanted to live. No, I wanted to die. How can a puppet die? By cutting the strings. Correct. That would be death, and it would also be life, since it would mean being free. Before I realized it, trouble was brewing in the world. World War II, the Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of the war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. So the war really never felt that close to me. However, when I personally... Come on, we're only 2 hours in, we can do this. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Ushinomiya family had almost completely collapsed, and since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use of me. Sadly, with so many ads, I have no choice but to see the ads. Oh my gosh. Oh, we were talking. My goodness, you two. So I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from and began to search for a place to end my life. So you search for death on the battlefield. I thought that if I was going to die anyway, I should try to be of some use to my country. And no, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death. I heard that grandfather had knowledge necessary for public work projects and construction, so he was tasked with setting up facilities for the Navy construction team. And what a foolish mistake that was. If only I had just said that I had no useful skills, I could have been sent to the dangerous front lines right away. So you didn't need to go to the front lines? Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. I had only wanted to get drunk on the liquor known as dying for the sake of one's country. The US planes did nothing but cut across the skies of that forgotten island. They didn't even have a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb. Is this the time you met Beatrice, grandfather? Correct. She came to me from the sea. Where did you meet her? You mentioned an island. Yes, this island. That's where she arrived. So you met here, on Okanjima? What's going on? I heard that Okanjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew there was a Japanese military base here. Ah, yes. You could hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. It was one of the guards, or I was one of the guards in that cave. Interesting. Interesting. So they're referring to the cave that everybody was locked in that one chapter. Don't ask how much I messed up sentences that bad. I swear I'm a professional author. True. It's just your phone that beats you up about it. Oh, I didn't mix my gamer subs that much. 1944. Due to the honorable defeats of the Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantry shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military was a type of manned torpedo known as kaiten. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Island to Yokosuka. all to house submarines loaded with Kaiten torpedoes. Got so scared. I double-checked my scheduling app to make sure I got to work on time, but it said I didn't have work today, but I missed a phone call from my work saying I have today off. Wait, what? Eh? No, not my phone. I turned off autocorrect. That was all me. Oh no. I double-checked my scheduling app to make sure I got to work on time, but it said I didn't have work. So I'm confused. Apparently they scheduled too many people, so they took me off. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, yay, you get to spend the whole day with me.
I knew there was a Kaiten base structured on Hachijo Island, but was there actually one on Rokkenjima too? The fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island to better preserve its secrecy? Ridiculous. I could never understand what the higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly want to. The Kaiten, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was the ultimate weapon. It was hoped that the presence of the submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island Rokkenjima was raised as a possible candidate. As an investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base. Okay, I watch game quietly now. It's okay, it's okay. It's funny, actually, because I was going to go in today and submit a schedule change to always have Wednesdays off. Oh my gosh, so you could always see half of my streams. So you were tasked with aiding the establishment of that base. Establishment? Certainly, if you can call digging out a cave establishment. Not only that, but the base was abandoned before its completion. Why? Because at that time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to transport the Kaiden torpedo. How truly laughable. What's the point of having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left? If there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects. I'm confused how this relates to Beatrice or the family or anything. I mean, I don't know, it's lore for Kinzo. I almost said Kaizo. But like, I don't know. I feel like Ryo Kishi just like really likes having war-related things in his backstories, which means like we don't know too much about Silent Hill F that he's working on, but honestly, I would be surprised if there's nothing war-related in that story. It would have to be like if nothing happens that's war related, it'd be like, I would just imagine the other producers being like, please Hideo Kishi, please, nobody wants to hear the war stories. Oh, how did I do that? On the base on Hachijo Island was outfitted with Kaiten torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks, but Rokkenjima was never supplied with any. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island, waiting for orders from above that never came. Does this submarine base eventually turn into the island they live on? Yeah, the base is in the island that they live on, and he met Beatrice here. I'm assuming it'll come up eventually here. Could the fact that it was a hidden base actually have sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospects of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped and hoped for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty and blank. Let us go back to the turning point in my life and my fate. The time that Ushidamiya Kinzo finally became truly alive. So there's a secret second mansion and a secret submarine base. Yeah. Which I think the secret base is that little cave area that that a bunch of people were locked in I think the 4th game? Maybe? It was whichever one that, like, most of the adults were locked in the cell. And yeah, I don't remember which one it was. I think it was the fourth one, but it might have been the third one. It might have been the third one, because the fourth one was where, wait, no, it was, I don't remember. It was something that happened. Step it up. What are you doing slacking off when the fighting's so close? Stars seemed to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that'd only make him more angry. Would you like me to find memes for the break?
Sure.
I've got no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. The fighting's close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Then let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for this whole time. What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans? You won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that. I got hit again. Could you please quit your whining already, filthy cowards? They let themselves be controlled by this inexplainable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't of any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans tend to rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. For those young, inexperienced soldiers, anger was a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. Anger is the wine that they used to paralyze their fear. It made them chant, "Damn the British, damn the Americans," as they swung their bamboo spears around and called it drilling. The more wine you drink, the more you need to drink to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me. What's that look on your face? Ushinomiya, you've lost your nerve down to the very soul. You're a fish, that's what you are. You've got the eyes of a dead fish.
Hello, Lunar, how you doing?
However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick on my lethargy.
Yeah.
Is Ushinomiya Kinzo here? The lieutenant's looking for you. Stand up. No slouching about. Double time! First Lieutenant Yamamoto was commanding the officer in charge of the Rokanjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would often reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. Whenever he was in a good mood and started spouting off stories of his life, they were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, so he taught him a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he just got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was a badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this lieutenant who couldn't respect it in any way. He'd always hang around his non-commissioned subordinates, so as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project of this island had been suspended indefinitely, there's no longer any use for an engineer like me. So why did the lieutenant ask for me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. Ushinomiya, I hear you're good with foreign languages. Is that true? I am proficient in both English and Chinese, sir. The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of his non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. Since he also felt uncomfortable about having a subordinate who was older than him, I wasn't exactly the type he'd be willing to confide in. Give me a second. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride. What about Italian? I don't speak that. So you wouldn't be much help as an interpreter between me and an Italian person, would you? It should be possible if they can speak English as well. Ah, yes, very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English? I have. Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors forgot about? His question made it clear that some guest had arrived on Okanjima who would need an interpreter. Post taco time? I want tacos. Man, I want tacos. Good. Ushinomiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order. That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. Very interesting track. That pointless submarine dock in the cavern that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians were our allies. However, this was the first time I'd seen anything from their military with my own eyes. What was the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? What's going on? It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, those who couldn't accept that surrender joined Mussolini and formed the RSI so that they could continue fighting. The RSI? The Italian Social Republic. Why is it backwards? Also known as the Salo Republic. You know your history. The ignorant often call the Italians cowards, saying that they surrendered first of the Axis powers in 1943. That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of the war until April 29, 1945. And Berlin fell just 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan. Even if they did, it's a surprise that they'd come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan? To Rokkanjima? The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. I doubt anyone had even imagined that a foreign submarine would come all the way out here, when we never even had one of our own submarines dock. All of the guards on Rokkanjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention at the submarine as the submarine docked. Never seen an Italian military before. I heard a miner's some accident trashed their sub. From what I heard, it sounds like their ventilator broke down and the cabin got packed with chlorine gas. The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there. You mean like a code machine or the blueprints of some new kind of engine? I couldn't care less about what they're carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist. Hurry up, Uchinomiya. How are you supposed to interpret from over there? Yes, sir. On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of the commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor, and it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen the sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I'm not sure how long ago the accident happened, but being cramped together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Not only had the ventilators broken, but traveling around carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan these days would be foolish in the extreme. It had been like a trip inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat. Uchinomiya! Ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of this island.
Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English?
The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted.
Welcome to Japan.
Are you the captain?
I cannot speak English. Please wait.
The officer answered in a slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Uchinomiya, what are they talking about? They've asked us to wait. They might be looking for someone there who could speak English. At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's.
I speak English.
As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she seemed like an angel descending upon us.
Welcome to Japan. Is the captain here? The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left. My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you? We'd like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing, and we'd like to have a place to rest.
We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English?
The ones who did are all dead. I'm the only one left.
Uchinomiya, what's that woman talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who is that woman? Get translating already, goddammit! The lieutenant had been yelling like that for a while now. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from a submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. I said Beatrice and a sundress came as soon as I could, right? Her cute little bandanas, cute too. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was. Sir, it seems she's the only one who can understand English. She will act as our interpreter. Their captain is dead. That officer seems to be acting in his place.
Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you? Don't tell me he's your superior.
Unfortunately, he is. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady as all to myself.
Oh, I didn't expect flattery from an Asian. Your English is superb. I imagine you've been brought up very well. Unlike that rude man who keeps on shouting. They should have made you the officer in charge around here.
Oh, and I never expected flattery from a Westerner.
You're an interesting man. What's your name?
Ushidamiya Kinzo. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well?
Beatrice Castignoriani.
I don't know how to pronounce that. Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome to Japan. And then they made out right then and there. That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life. So, Beatrice was an Italian?
Yes, she was the daughter of a high-ranking RSI official. Apparently, their most important cargo was her father himself. Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rokanjima.
Why would such a high official like that come to Japan? You're saying he went through the Suez Canal and crossed the Italian Ocean to come all the way here?
Yeah, you were right, Psych.
I can't believe
Right? I mean, like, seeing the last name, it's like, that's a pretty Italian name. The meaning of the above sentence changes depending on the inflection.
Psych.
Lewd. That's a good point. If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer. So why would they make the long trip to Japan?
It may have been part of some grand, outrageous strategy. I don't know all the details, but shortly after I learned that the submarine's mission was far from a minor one.
Oh no, I would say I would smooch Beatrice. I would give her a big old smooch. I'd just be like, come here, Beatrice.
In World War II, an American sub was stationed off the coast of Japan, and the sub captain noticed a train would pass by often, so he sent a group of men out to rig a depth charge to the train track. When the train hit the depth charge, the train launched 200 feet into the air and landed in the ocean, becoming the only sub created with sinking a train and invading. Oh my gosh. That's wild. They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and stationed a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further. Nothing but a massive lump of metal floating by the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up on the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside Mussolini himself.
What happened?
Only looking from now.
Okay, have a good night, Archie Bean. Sleep well once you get to it. Thank you.
Though their massive voyage had apparently been some part of top secret mission, now that the man himself and all the commissioned officers had died, their reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And our higher-ups were telling us to investigate, which meant that they didn't even know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official that they had been carrying was dead, and even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end.
Apparently I didn't eat much before stream. I'm so hungry. That's a relief.
I always assumed the seas of Japan would smell like soy sauce. What a coincidence. I've always thought Italians had hair made of pasta.
Of course we do.
You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture. I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al noro. I see you've done your homework. In Japan, we use squid ink instead of shampoo. You really are amazing, Kinzo. It seems you know everything. Have you ever been to Italy? Never. I've read a lot of books, though. An Asian man reading Italian books? Wow, what kind of books? Niccoli Machiavelli and Dante Alighieri. There was not a V there. So I know, of course, that you're the eternal lady.
Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm. Does this mean you come from some Japanese noble family?
Who knows? Is this Beato more boing boing than Witch Beato? I mean, it might just be the outfit that she's wearing that makes it seem that way.
You're completely different from those other savage-looking Japanese soldiers. I can tell. You must have come from a noble family. Are the Uchinomiya some sort of Japanese aristocrats?
Of course not. They just managed to strike it rich in the spinning industry of the recent generations. I didn't study at all as part of some noble's hobby. I just did it because I wasn't allowed to do anything except read, play around with roses, and get myself drunk. There had been no trace of malice in Beatrice's words. It had been just a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look in Kinzo's face. I'm curious. Okay, I wanted to double check, because this was leading me to think that this was all, in katakana for some reason. It's the outfit, it's not as restrictive around the chest of her fancy dress, true.
Forgive me, Kinzo. I didn't stop to consider why a high-class person like you would choose to take the position of a common soldier.
I don't give a damn about my family line. When I die, the name Uchinomiya will have no hold on me. Then I'll finally be free.
So, you joined the army because you wanted to die? You mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad.
Family? I have no family. I have a wife for the sake of public appearances and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by those selfish, greedy elders. So, at least while I'm on this island, I can forget about all that and find some peace. Peace? But I haven't spent each day and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet.
I can't understand the pain you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you. Forgive me, Kinzo.
Forgive me, Kinzo. Yes, those words were probably what did it. All of the Japanese called me Uchinomiya. It reminded me that I was the property of the Uchinomiya family every time they talked to me. But she was different. She called me Kinzo, not Uchinomiya. So maybe just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family.
Kinzo.
I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me. I'm screening a meme compilation and it played Kingdom Hearts music, so I think the video knows you're coming. Maybe. Thank you.
Huh?
Since you always call me Kinzo, I finally feel like I'm my own man. I think that I've finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am.
Kinzo, you may be a foreigner I met in a distant land, but I can tell that your heart is sensitive and beautiful. If we had grown up in the same neighborhood, I'm sure we would have become fast friends. I'm happy too. You always called me Beatrice, not the daughter of the Castiglione family.
I'm always going to butcher that last name. We were born in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries,
We had finally found something we both understood. Do you have a nickname that people close to you use? No. They usually just called me Kinzo. Well then, you should stop calling me Beatrice. All of my close friends used to call me Bees. Bis? Bis? Oh. I'd like you to call me that too. Or maybe Bishi. Very well. From this point onwards, allow me to call you Bishi as a sign of our friendship. I don't feel like that's good. I don't know how to pronounce this. Oh, come on. Don't be all stiff like that. We're already friends, okay? A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face. I prefer Beato, but that's just me.
No matter how many decades pass, that smile will never fade from my memory.
So, by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self. Or, as most people would put it, he cheated on his wife. If you plan to continue being rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt. After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony. So in your eyes, grandfather, Rokanjima was always special because you first met Beatrice here.
Indeed. If I had never come to this island, I would never have met her. It truly is an island of miracles.
Is there anything left of that submarine base today?
Yes, it's still here, near Kuradorian. It's in the shadows of a cove that could be seen from the outside. After all, fishermen never approached this supposedly ill-omened island. It's unlikely that anyone besides me still knows of its existence.
Is the 2-kilometer-long underground passage between Kuradorian and the mansion a remnant of that base?
That is correct. There is some nonsense about fortifying several locations across the island and connecting them with tunnels carved out of limestone caverns.
What episode is this? This is 7. So the second to last one.
I made use of that underground passage and built 2 mansions, one out at each end of the island.
2 mansions, 2 families. The Ushidamiya family mansion and a mansion from the Kinzo released from the shackles of the family.
Correct. It was something I needed. Another place for me to escape from the cursed name of the Ushidamiya.
Still, I do feel bad for you. It must be awful to have come all the way here and be unable to fulfill your mission. I don't really know what Papa's plan was. He said he needed to run far away to hide it until the time came.
And what is it?
I don't know. It was something very important, and he liked to hide it for many years until the right moment. And he planned to hide himself along with it. I know because he apologized to me for sending us to live a long time on foreign soil. Right? I love Yuto too. Didn't that second lieutenant of yours say that you had no cargo in particular? And that you were transporting your father instead? Lieutenant Angelo? Angelo, we know that name. The time frame doesn't match up though, I don't think. Lieutenant Angelo doesn't trust you or the others. Even I know a few things he's kept kept hidden from you. He might even know what Papa's goal was, and what the cargo is. Whatever it is, it's a mission for the Italian military. It has nothing to do with us. After all, we're allies. We should be able to trust each other. I have no doubts that you're a good person, Kinzo. I even told Lieutenant Angelo that you're a man we can trust, but why is it that men always get so rigid and uptight when they're in this strange land? Normally, they're all very bright and cheery people. Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension. Lieutenant Angelo has ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times. It's almost as though we're in enemy territory. What was the meme channel you said that you found that had the inappropriate memes? What do you mean? I mean, most of the meme channels that I find are inappropriate. Oh, the one channel that went missing came back though. It got reinstated. So I was gonna watch that during the break as well as the memes that you send me. That was true. The Italians were clearly the opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers watching this began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all. At break, can I too share a video to watch after the break? It's just a tiki-taki, so it's not very loud.
Yeah. Because I'm probably during the break gonna make some SpaghettiOs real quick. And then we'll eat that, so we'll need plenty of time.
The meme sheep came back. Wait, did they come back too? Because the channel that I'm talking about wasn't the meme sheep, but if they both came back, that would be neat. Because I think the meme sheep was gone too, but I think Peach pulled up one of their videos not too long ago, so I guess they did come back. Unless there was a different video that they watched, but I don't know. That's normal for a soldier. This is precisely the time for them to straighten up their guard, so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army.
They have a person stand watch every time they sleep, and they're still keeping a lookout to make sure none of you approach the submarine, even though it's nothing more than an unusable scrap heap now. It's almost as though they are clearly prejudiced against the Japanese, and that bothers me.
True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and had refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hasn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, the submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason. They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way that they aren't used to. The boat that's supposed to take you back to the mainland is still being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain. Just how long will it take before they can send you there? Oh, I thought you were talking about the meme sheep. No, it was unusual memes. We had been told that a boat had been sent for them directly from the mainland, but apparently thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and recent air raids, they had no ships that they could spare on a forgotten island like this. There may have been political issues as well. After all, the Italians' homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they had been stuck on Bokenjima for 2 whole weeks, and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Bokenjima. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Bokenjima was technically a top-secret base, and contact from the outside world would have been strictly forbidden.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it, and it isn't all that bad, really. After all, if a boat did come for us, I'd probably never see you again, Kinzo.
True. To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of that pair of weeks. I realized that she'd have to leave this place eventually, and yet the single moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian. It's Lieutenant Angelo. It looks like he wants you for something.
Probably to scold me. These days he keeps yapping on about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers.
The second lieutenant approached, saluting Kinzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious.
Lieutenant Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk with your commanding officer. He wants your help with something. I don't know what.
Something important? Got it. I'll go find Lieutenant Yamamoto. Lieutenant Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this had to be something very serious. That's it! Lift it up! The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out of the dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted out of the submarine's cargo hold. Now I get it. So this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub. The first lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up, all of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles.
Unbelievable! So this is what Papa brought all this way?
Incredible. I've never seen anything like this. Is it all the gold?
Yeah!
It just makes sense, though. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I didn't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies, or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy? A conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth that we could wrap our heads or minds around at that moment. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer take sea, and it was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Rokenjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, though we could unload the sub, there was no way we'd be able to lift it up again once it had filled with water and sunk to the bottom. Now that transporting the gold away had clearly become an impossible goal, they had apparently decided on unloading it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason behind all this gold, so they just asked us to help them take it out. Why would they take so much gold out of the country? Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth? Weapons change the course of war, but after the war, they aren't useful for anything. Money can also change the course, but it remains just as valuable as after the war. There's no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers will probably all surrender, leading to the Allied victory. Anyone could tell that simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold does not lose its value after war. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the wind slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. Ooh. I see. I wonder how they really came into possession of all the gold, though. like how Kinzo got to keep it. Did they kill everybody? Okay, it is a little early, but I am very hungry, and I know it's gonna be another hour until it does another transition. So it's gonna be a little early, but we're gonna take our break. I gotta make some schedules. So let me save. Boop. Okay. So we have saved, and we are going to take our little break. Everybody, this is a good time to stretch, get some water, use the bathroom, get a snack, or make yourself a whole meal, lunch, dinner, whatever time it is over there. And then we'll be right back. We'll watch some memes, and then we'll go right back to Uminako. Okay? Okay. You really don't like humans, huh, Mr. Brett? No. You... But yes, everybody, make sure to follow Peach if you have not. You probably have, but if not, follow Peach. Do it.
Yeah!
Do it.
Follow Xephoria! If you haven't followed Xephoria! Goodbye!
Wait, Crimson! Crimson!
Nah.
Were you here the whole time, Crimson?
Has everyone got their cups? If we don't make a toast soon, my juice will get warm.
Nobody cares about your juice. That was so abrupt.
Came in.
He got you fooled.
Don't leave me.
Oh,
Wait. Yes. I have Unbreakable. I can pick myself up. Oh my God.
gosh. The fool.
The foolish fool. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Nice.
Gonna heal just in case. Yeah, I can heal just in time.
Yeah.
Perfect. This all worked out great. And then I go up here silently. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
I have this sort in H manga aimed at girls too. Excuse me? Don't bring porn in here! Take them away! Go home! Ow, 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 ow.
We'll never leave a friend by herself.
Crying children and nana are the only things I can't beat. I mean, then explain yourself. Explain yourself, Rika and Satoko.
Here, slide down a little bit. No! We're gonna be stuck.
I'm going.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everyone's almost there. I panicked. I panicked so bad. Okay. This is for real.
Ah! I'm on fire!
I wanted to set the bush on fire. The ring one though. If Sonic can just go up. Okay. There we go. We're out of here. We're out of here. Give me that D score. Man, I'm thankful that people are looking right now. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut. I powered down. My brain just blue screened for a second. Her eyes tightly shut. Small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifest? So, boop. There it goes. Oh, naughty.
Naughty man.
Okay, let's grab it before it clips through the ceiling.
I've got to go back and clip that. That was too great. Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, so this one is definitely at the end here. Can you move this one out?
Ugh.
Abandoned shrimp become mermaid unicorn.
That's called a narwhal.
Yes. Become the narwhal and ruddy up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare I just kind of killed my momentum.
Woo! We did it!
Now I don't have to fight you a third time, do I? Cool.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
We did it! You guys sent me all the spirit zoomies. Thank you everyone for believing in me.
It's all right now, because I am here. Half might, half for all. We are full-time heroes.
Are you okay, Mr. Ryuki? I feel like you aren't exactly sound of mind right now.
Sometimes I think my sister would have been better off if she'd been born a boy. If she did, I might have fallen for her.
That... Sweet home Hinamizawa. This is what I wanted this whole time. Was to be one with the ball pits. And not a carnivorous one.
I could be a carnivorous butterfly if I want to.
No! No!
No!
Yeah, I'm already doomed. Let me just fly into the void. Can I save it? I'm not sure if anything's low enough for me.
Everybody be quiet. No.
Rude, man. Although, that might have been why he was asking if someone was in there. That's weird. Oh, we got another freezing temperatures ghost. Cool. Freezing temps. Okay. I'm just gonna put you there. Because now we know that you're definitely in here somewhere. Well. That was fast.
My father has nobly smoked in the face to his own death! He is a hero!
I guess to some.
For the record, not a bad kisser.
I'm sorry? You guys can see my cursor. No! Ah, ah. Why does it keep switching over there? Let me fix this. There we go. I know it bugs me, so I would assume it would bug other people if you see my cursor. Ow! Ow! Okay, that was very it was very prominent. Ooh. Not too bad looking here. I kind of like the look of this one. I don't know if it fits aesthetically, but I like how that looks a whole lot. Cause like, why aren't you right here?
And we are back. Okay, hopefully everybody is ready for the memes. Hopefully sex. There's sex. Anyway, let's watch memes.
Oh no!
Yes, I got my schedules. We're watching memes.
Oh no! The video you sent? I didn't see it on Milk then. Because I didn't see. Oh no, baby! This is a video I screened. Ah! Funnily enough, this was the one I was gonna watch anyway. Oh no! Rat. I'm going for the 100 touchdown. Oh!
課題のプレースの永久特選。そして4番の野間が3着で5番の
Oh no.
その後ろ滑り。
Luis, puto, dale, patawan.
That's not how you get to the Midnight Channel. Oh. I was gonna say that looked fun.
Fucking hellfire! Is it in there? There he is! On the high!
Amigo, ¿qué corte querés?
Was that a roach? Oh no, they're gonna have a bad time. Oh. Well, it could have been worse.
Even Appa wants a bit.
It's the Midnight Channel. Persona 4.
Anytime a guy puts his hand over your belly button, we're gonna create a little space.
What?
Over your belly button, we're gonna create a little space.
Oh my gosh.
You having four?
No, it's the same one.
Oh.
So Eric just ordered this 24 guy. We got to touch.
Oh yeah, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh. That cat just spawned from the sky.
3, 2, 1. Nope.
Oh, someone in. Yo.
Pizza.
We got about a 70-degree angle here. 72. Approximately.
God damn, bro.
Oh, the bug earlier was the cicada? Oh gosh. It didn't sound like it was going gwa 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 or qua 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 qua, so I didn't know. Oh. That seems very peaceful. Until that happens. Mush! That seems so fun, dude.
No one gives two farts about your precious snowflake self.
No one cares about your grippers, put them away. Oh no. Oh!
No, you idiot!
How much you pay for the
Perfection. Oh.
Can you speak English? Fuck you!
Where's the bunny? He's bunny. Oh. The girl in the middle just experienced so many emotions. Yo, they getting good. My goodness.
Уёбок. Да? Педрила. Ну и слази. Чё ты? О, да, блядь.
I mean, it's true. I feel like Rocket might be a little bit behind, I'm not sure, but...
Hey, Sonic! Oh my god! Put those grippers away!
Ooh, fancy schmancy. And flip with the cheese. Oh, that looked so good. Eh.
Last night, I was in a car accident. Okay, well, that's not the same.
Oh my god, how are you okay?
What the hell is that? Bring it up, bring it up.
Holy shit. Reel it up. Reel. Bring it up.
What is that?
Up. Finally! We got the bastard!
Oh gosh, it's SpongeBob! Oh gosh!
4 years now! We got him! We got the bastard! Hit him!
Just hit him! Now, chat, would you be surprised that over 50% of Umineko fan art is Beatrice? I would not be surprised. Kitty, hello, Dragonbolt. We are taking a little food and meme break in the middle of Umineko. And the channel that I would watch for memes is finally back. Oh gosh! Been lurking. Ah, I see.
Bruce, на связи.
Smooth? My goodness. Oh no, Pupper! Pupper, no! Oh gosh. Oh, sir, you good? Well, I missed it. I looked away for a second. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Not gonna lie, that looks fun. I know it would end up like that, but that looks fun. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, dun, dun, dun. Oh. Oh, baby. Me. That's me. Yo! Permission to send the TikTok? Yeah. Yeah, I gave you permission already, and it should not bonk you for a link. Oh, Pupper. Help. He was having fun. Don't be mean at him for having fun. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Crashed so hard. Game almost crashed. Oh. What the Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'll watch that. I watch that TikTok after. My goodness. Me. Oh. Oh no. It says it was shared by the runner. Ignore that detail because it's the name of the personal account. Okay.
Oh my god! Fuck 12, that's 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh. George Washington bathtub.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be reviewing cat food today.
Oh my gosh. The pupper one's free.
It's not that bad, but it's kind of bad, and I'd rather ice it than not ice it. Do it.
Ooh. I don't wanna look. It probably was fine, but I didn't want to look. Why is it that long? Oh! Let him in! Oh! Popeye over here. Wee!
Abrí, quema.
Not even blowing on it. There you go. Now it's gonna be good. These doggos desire the munch.
Me or Kenzie?
You?
Mango.
Oh!
Bro, I fucked up.
Make your own calzone, I guess.
This shit don't come off. I tried dyeing my stash. Bro, it don't come off.
Oh no! Monkey's just going.
What are you gonna do if I don't ring the doorbell, huh? What are you gonna do?
Not answer? Oh no, baby! Yeah! Gen 3! Those Hoenn trumpets!
I wanted you guys to see this new laptop that I got, alright? It unlocks with the Apple Watch, right? That's amazing. It's got a fingerprint scanner right here. All of this is a touch.
Sir? Tactical rat. I knew it was gonna happen.
Okay, let's look at that TikTok.
I gotta turn up the volume for you guys. I love this. I love things like this. Oh my gosh. That was great, Rocket. That was great. Thank you for sharing that with me, Rocket. I love memes like that.
Okay, I still have a little schedules left, so we have one left to do. And then we'll go back to Umineko.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, the floor is too slippery for his Pete's. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, at least they were able to finish making the art. Oh yo.
You can do it.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Why would you do that to the baby? Oh. Oh no. Oh no, why are you doing this near the stairs? Why are you doing this near stairs? Okay. The stairs weren't the issue.
Why did you park the car there? Can't believe.
Look how sick this pig is. Oh no. Pig in the gaff, absolutely fat.
Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. Maybe? Oh gosh. Oh. Oh. Oh no, Luigi!
That complicates fucking things.
Oh. That seems so fun to do. Oh, I feel like I know I've seen this before. I don't know if we've seen it before together.
What's up?
I swear, dude, like, people be saying they on some bullshit. What is this?
Oh.
Bro, what the fuck is this?
Oh no, baby! Oh.
Hamper.
Oh no. Oh. Well, you tried. Oh, trying again? Oh gosh.
A little roo.
Oh. Oh, how'd you get there, buddy? Oh no.
Let me just tighten that up there. All right.
Fear. Oh no.
Call me asparagus.
Okay, asparagus.
I think we might need to modify the 650s a little.
This is a gamble.
Yes!
Oh no. Oh no. Customers do be like that though. Which Yakuza shoe is that? Smack. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you going?
Drive straight through this and see if we survive.
Uh-oh.
We don't.
It? Oh gosh.
I can record the toe beans. You ain't gotta look.
Smack it. Oh, I was hoping that they would just slam down on it.
Welcome to the Finnish Cruise channel, and today we are crushing and lollipop. We will crush right now. Oh shit. Oh my goodness, what happened right now? We have to look. Oh fuck. This looks like dog shit.
Oh no.
¿Necesitas que te sirva algo? ¿Necesitas un almohadón?
He's had a long day.
¿Sirvo un trago?
Oh gosh. We. Oh my gosh. Look at him go. Oh no. His zoomies did not last long. Oh, such a talented little kitty. Oh. I mean, if it works. Oh. Oh. Are you decrusting the bread? Oh.
Roll for dexterity.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bibi.
Okay. we have watched the memes. So we must go back to Rokkenjima. Okay, let me have that go poof. And then doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. There's Uminako. Okay. And then load. And then doop. There we go. Now let us continue with Kinzo and Biyato's love.
Lieutenant Yamamoto, the Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold. I need to make sure that I have my things set to the right category. Umineko. There we go. The answers arc. Take away meme break. Okay, there we go. That's fixed. The Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold. So, they don't want our country to snatch it away from them. What did he say? He's saying our group probably doesn't want it reported because we fear that Japan will steal it away from you.
Lieutenant Angelo is actually more afraid of Italy itself finding out. To us, our homeland's current government is a mere puppet set up by the Allied forces. If they find out, the gold will be returned to them. However, that would be the same as handing the gold over to our enemies. They'd come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into the enemy hands. They needed to hide it from that puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored. Ushidamiya, make a proposal to the Italians. Tell them that we wish to offer our assistance. What sort of assistance? Let's see if I got this straight. They want that gold kept secret so their homeland doesn't find out about it. But they'll need to find at least a transport ship if they plan to carry it off this island. If they try that, though, the mainland will hear about it, which means the Italian government will, too. That's right. In other words, there's no longer any way to take that gold off Rokkenjima. Their love in a very serious war crime, right? Their mission must have been to hide the gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Nazi Germany has also moved much of its secret wealth to certain areas areas in South America just prior to its collapse. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless.
they can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it'll probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them? The Rokkenjima base is top secret and no one knows about it. The islanders in the surrounding area think that this island's ill-omened and deserted, so they never come near it. Catch my drift, Ushinomiya? What did he say? As we told you earlier, no one knows about this base, and as you can see, it's of no use strategically, so the higher-ups have already forgotten about it. It sounds like Lieutenant Yamamoto is suggesting that you hide the gold on this island. Beatrice quickly translated this and told Lieutenant Angelo. He began discussing something rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want to leave the gold for reconstructing their motherland in Asian hands. Still, it was hard to imagine any other option for them. It's a fierce debate. Some say there's no other option, while others think we should remain loyal to our homeland no matter the cost. Lieutenant Angelo is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The final order given to them by their fallen homeland was to hide the gold. However, by now, there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people, from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though he couldn't understand their words, he seemed to realize how divided they were. If we help out, we'll be able to hide the gold in total secrecy. Fortunately, there's an abandoned tunnel that stretches all the way across this island. He's saying that if you hide the gold underground and bury it on this island, no one will be able to find it. Our side is saying that it sounds like a realistic proposal, however, there seems to be some resistance on accepting Japanese help. It seems they're having difficulty coming to a decision. Do you really have a choice, Italians? You don't think you can hide that gold without our help, do you? And I doubt you want to leave it lying around on the beach for much longer. Lieutenant Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option. But he seems suspicious. About what? He's wondering whether they really intend to move a full 10 tons of gold and swear themselves to secrecy without any sort of compensation. 50%. Sir, you can't hand over half of the gold to us. With that as our work wages, we'll hide the other half nice and safe for them. He's telling you to give us half of it. The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Lieutenant Angelo slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boasts of once being a thug who everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously. After all, they really don't have the option of refusing. We could demand 80% if we wanted. I've lowered that to 50% as a sign of good faith. Of course, we aren't the only ones with leverage here. If the Italians decide to leak this to the outside, all the gold will probably be taken by Japan or Italy. We won't even get a single yen out of it. This can only work if we're both partners in crime here. He's saying we should all be partners in crime of the embezzlement. By now, he's already moved on to speaking as an individual, not as a soldier. I don't believe it! So the gold has blinded him! Lieutenant Yamamoto is grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by the greed, just as Beatrice said. If they leave it just piled up where it is, you can be sure that it'll be noticed when the boat comes for them from the mainland. If that happens, none of us will profit. They ought to accept our proposal and hide the gold as soon as possible. It sounds like Lieutenant Angelo is dead set on the Japanese and Italian governments not finding out about this. He wants to carry out his duty until the end. So what exactly does that mean? Pardon me. He wants the gold buried deep within the island, even if he has to pay some percentage to buy your silence. Of course, none of his subordinates object strongly. They're saying that 50% is out of the question. Uchidemiya, how are they doing? They also don't want any more people laying eyes on the gold. However, they seem to object to the proportions. Lieutenant Angelo says they'll consider 10%, though he's also saying that he's fairly sure Lieutenant Yamamoto won't accept that. Uchidemiya, what's the Italians' answer? They say they'll consider 10%. This time it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk, but the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. Well, then go 30%. Meet them halfway. However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative. 10%. Now there's a modest proposal. Okay, sure. I'll give up 10%. We'll split it 40-60. Tell them I won't go any lower than that. 40% for the Japanese, 60% for the Italians. The lieutenant was talking tough, but in truth, those negotiations weren't being made on an equal footing. If the Italians had just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. But what if they were true patriots and decided to return the gold for the purpose of reconstruction, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't all make it back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild their battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasure island, so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted to succeed, the Italians would have to keep their presence of the gold quiet. But there's one thing I don't get. If Lieutenant Angelo doesn't want to let anyone have the gold, he could have just let the submarine sink. Why did he have it unloaded? I'd rather not think about it, but Lieutenant Angelo might have started planning to embezzle the gold as soon as he realized that this mission would be impossible to complete. Right now, he's asking his subordinates for their opinions, both as soldiers and as individuals with families waiting for them back home. The more straight-laced soldiers are furious. The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Lieutenant Angelo looked like he was doing all that he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. It looks like the gold is blinding them too. Everyone's mixing up their true feelings about how they want to be seen, and they can't make up their minds. How's their answer coming? Ushinomiya! Bisu. I really... Okay, I might have to... I'm gonna switch to Japanese just to see, like, what... Bishe. Biche. No? Doesn't sound like what it wants to sound like. I'll just do, Bishi. I don't know. Lieutenant Yamamoto's asking for an answer. They're saying they want some time to think. I had you to talk to, so I was able to distract myself from your current situation, but that wasn't true for the rest of them. They lost a lot of comrades at the end of a very long journey, and now they're here and in a tight spot. They've even lost their mission, the one thing they could depend on to guide them. They don't know what to do. Have we seen new Kinzo and Byato in the old art yet? We have not yet. I think it'd probably look... the face is definitely Balor's. But well, I'll do it next time when Byato's on screen. Sir, they said they'd like some time. Sure, let them talk it over all they want. But they'd better not take too long. If we're gonna hide the gold, it'll take some time and effort. Make your decision before noon tomorrow. That's all, Italians. He's giving you until noon tomorrow. Bastard. He's practically threatening you. Lieutenant Angelo says he'll ask for everyone's thoughts on the matter. Yeah, not too... She just looks so soft. Which way do you think they'll go? It'll probably be tough going. It seems Lieutenant Angelo is willing to consider splitting it, but his subordinates and the others will probably oppose that. All of them have lost close friends on their voyage to the Far East. They're firm in their desire to do their duty for our homeland. Will they refuse Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal? Even if they do, the gold will just fall into someone else's hands. If nothing is going to be left anyway, Lieutenant Angelo suggests that they each sneak at least one ingot back with them. And some of the others seem to agree, but men always get carried away at times like this. Even I can't guess what they'll do. imagine the Italians have some complicated feelings about all this. In their eyes, the Italy that surrendered was probably a little better than an enemy country. Letting the gold go back there would make their entire voyage meaningless. However, embezzling and divvying up the gold would also make their whole voyage meaningless. The country that they felt obligated to serve had already fallen. That alone destroyed the significance of their journey. Not a happy story for them. If it's bound to be meaningless anyway, wouldn't keeping hold of even just a few ingots be better than nothing? Sure, if you want to calculate straight up profit and loss, but men aren't like that. The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing fiercely. I don't like it. We must remain true to our soldier spirit until the end for the sake of our fallen comrades. And how do we define remaining true? By hiding the gold on this island? By accepting the proposal of those Asians? We can't trust them. Especially that Yamamoto person. We mustn't let our guards down. Unloading the gold and letting the Japanese see it was a huge mistake. We should have let it sink with the sub. Oh, wonderful idea. Let's just sink it right and tie it in a Japanese base. It would have been pulled up eventually. That wouldn't hide anything. It doesn't matter. There's no way to get the gold off this island without anyone knowing. If we had just taken the honorable path and scuttled the sub, none of this would have happened. If we had known that the sub would be broken beyond repair, why did the lieutenant commander contact Japanese military and ask for help? How was he planning to carry out our mission if they found out about the gold? Our mission was a failure from the moment he asked them for help. All of us have families waiting for us back home, and we've more than done our part, I'd say, voyaging all the way to this island country in the Far East. You might call this fair and just payment for our services. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Chatter, 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 chatter. Lieutenant Angelo, if the Japanese prove to be less than amicable, we need to be prepared to take extreme measures. And what do you mean by extreme measures, Corporal? Someone gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room. The Japanese here are pushovers. They're all cowards with no battle experience. And we're the elite. We know the layout of almost the entire base, along with the number of Japanese troops and how they're arranged. If Lieutenant Angelo gives the order, we should be able to subdue them quickly. Only a few of them, Yamamoto included, look like fighters. The rest are just laborers attached to the military. It may look like they have the advantage in numbers, but we have the greater military force. If we kill the Japanese, what exactly are we going to say when the boat comes to pick us up? You really think that'll work? There should be plenty of ways to work it, as long as the corpses aren't found. Lieutenant Angelo, it'll be easy to subdue this base. If we kill Yamamoto and the few strong fighters, the laborers will probably surrender easily. Let's have them carry the gold and bury it. Of course, we'll have to silence them afterwards. Are you suggesting we massacre all of them? Let's do it. If we kill them, no one will know about the gold. At that moment, the supposedly locked door opened slightly, and a metal object was thrown in. Granata! As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death. A dud! It's a dud! Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open, and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in. Damn it! It's a dud! Kill the Italians! Kill the Italians! Return fire! Fire at will! In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The 3 who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing. Gino! Gino! Damn, it got his lung. We can't save him. We should consider ourselves lucky. If that grenade had gone off, we'd all be dead. The grenade was still rolling on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that the negotiations wouldn't go his way and had decided to make the first move. Or maybe he'd been planning from the beginning to put them in a position where they'd be gathered in one place to discuss his offer. Rokkenjima was their island. If they had killed all the Italians, then not half, but all the gold would go to the Japanese. There was a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. They heard gunfire. Right? Who could have seen this coming? I mean, I imagined this happening, but these weren't the people that I imagined happening, but it makes sense. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked. Lieutenant Angelo, what are your orders? We have no choice. Kill the Japanese. Lieutenant! These guys are good. Those Italians aren't your ordinary soldiers. I see. They needed men good enough to guard that gold after all. We have the numbers. Keep your cool, surround them, and kill them. Let's hunt some Italians. Gosh. As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew that something, which had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded, had finally burst. The eyes of our soldiers looking at that gold hadn't been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had been pushed to the limits by the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after being trapped in a distant island where you can't understand the language or the writing? Thinking I had to do something, I ran towards the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely stupid thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other, people killing each other, and yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed towards the sound as though I was trying to mediate a schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive that was in the heat of battle. Hiraoka! Warrant Officer Hiraoka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet, but on this island without a doctor, no, even if we had a doctor who could possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest. When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life. The entire world was at war. Even though millions were dying both east and west, this was the first time I'd met with a person's death directly. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah, so rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out? Come for me, magnificent death! Someone came running towards me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man. Tajima-kun. He dashed towards me, pale-faced and out of breath. Sorry, I was just like, why was he saying Ru? His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same. Tajima-kun, what happened? Run away! We'll all be killed! Someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima-kun let out a scream. Then he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes. Tajima-kun. Run. As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. But the shock of seeing someone die right in front of me did not freeze my heart. At a fundamental level, all living things are unconcerned with the deaths of others. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. It was the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing that froze my heart. Tajima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood splattered. The warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish me off even though he had stopped moving for good? How foolish I've been. Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo! Now you'll finally get what you wanted all this time! The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tajima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tajima-kun had fallen on. Me, Ushiramiya Kinzo. I pushed his corpse aside, scrambled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring finger fingernail on my left hand. When faced with death, humans truly can resist with all they've got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot, but that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. I felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running as though the Italians were right behind me. This is death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Pardon me. Bisi did. I can only be free when I talk with her. No, by talking with her, I finally came alive for the first time. I was born. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now. If I don't see her, I'll die. I'll be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Before I knew it, my face was covered with tears, snot, and saliva. When I stumbled into something and fell, I finally was able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Bisi, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. The lieutenant will probably kill all the Italians to steal the gold. Bisi probably wouldn't be an exception. Bisi! Bisi! I lived for the first time after seeing you. I was born. So if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn. Not as Ushinomiya Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo. Of course, I was terrified that I might really be shot if I went back, but I didn't want to die anymore. To truly die. So I was able to overcome my fear. Bishi! Rubens! What on earth is going on? What is all this? There's no need for you to know. Just stay hidden there. Don't come out until one of your fellow countrymen calls for you. I heard an Italian voice. He's over there. Damn yellow oof. Rubens stood with Beatrice behind his back and nearly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1934. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight through Rubens' chest. The fact that it's like very specific about these guns. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap. No! Rubens! Go up to the surface. You have to hide in the forest. Rubens! My. Aren't we chatty? Whoops. The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter. If it had come to this anyway, we should have taken this woman as a hostage in the first place. Damn annoying, that's what they are. Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Rubens' gun. Well, look at you, reaching to pick up a gun without missing a beat. Italian women sure are scary. Damn it, both of you screwed up. He spat his last part at the 2 dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, what had happened to them wasn't particularly surprising. It wasn't the first time it had happened either. In this tiny, cramped tunnel, nearly everyone had met head-on. When both sides shot recklessly in such a situation, the result was 2 corpses. So whoever sensed another person and pulled the trigger quickest won. That was the only way to survive this battle without a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians had killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on oncoming allies. In the midst of all this were several Japanese men who had stumbled into the fight, wondering what was going on. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone had reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves, trying to stay alive. The entire base had been wrapped up in this slaughter. There was a fierce gun battle taking place on the submarine dock, and a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they even knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop bit by bit. Blood-stained corpses were scattered everywhere. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as their minds began to grow weary and numb, it devolved into the most basic cause of wars throughout humanity, the desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language, so it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died, you could hear the desolate sound of wind blowing through the caves. There was a sudden scream, or there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and you'd remember that the massacre wasn't yet over. Whew. This happened over and over again, and eventually, true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck around like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all the people in this base had died. Damn Japanese. The Japanese struck first, but at that time, we were also talking about killing them. They simply made the first move as military men, so perhaps we should be grateful for this day. Even if the boat had come to pick us up, there would have been no honor left for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. I noticed the sound of shuffling feet coming from around the corner and strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and dragging their feet? Noticing them before they notice me will greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot as if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps have come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian. Run! You! I've been looking for you, Lieutenant Angelo. That makes all of you. I've been counting Italian corpses, you see. Lieutenant Angelo! Are you okay? Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor, then his knees, and the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had made the shot. He had managed to hit, even with a short-barreled handgun in one hand, and a woman as a hostage in the other. Really though, our Rokanjima garrison was pathetic. Am I the only one who's not dead? Trash, all of them. Can't you fight without using a woman as a shield, you brute? Let go! Quiet. Noisy, these Italian girls. If you'd just been cooperative, I'd at least spare your life. Such an obvious lie that even he wore a bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they all died along with the garrison in the gunfight. Since this was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. By this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold, but he should be able to grab as many as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. Someone! Help! Someone! You... She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her. Come on, Kinzo, save her! I don't make a hobby of taming tomboys. Die. Lieutenant Yamamoto, she had nothing to do with this. Let go of her. Kinzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses. Ushinomiya? Ah, so you're alive. Let go, you're hurting her. It was you, wasn't it? You tipped the Italians off. What are you talking about? Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. He had been sure that the surprise attack would work, but it didn't. So he had assumed that Kinzo must have tipped them off. Yeah, the stinky lieutenant man's called Beato a tomboy. Which, I mean, like, I guess technically. It's your fault the surprise attack failed and we're stuck like this. You turncoat, you traitor to your country. I know you've been working with them through this woman. Can't you see that you caused all this because you were blinded by gold? Run, Kinzo! This man has shot people begging for their lives. He'll shoot you too. Don't talk Italian. If you open your mouth again, I won't hesitate to shoot. It hurts. Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut. Stop it, stop it. She has nothing to do with this. Oh, are you pointing a gun at a superior officer? Stop and think a bit, fool. If we agree to keep the same story, we can have that pile of gold all to ourselves, okay? I could only grab a few of my own, but if we work together, we'll be able to sneak off with even more. I don't mean this as your superior officer. Let's split it equally between us as men. Last time you offered to split the last time you offered to split the gold 50-50, you tried to slit their throats. Ushidamiya, looks like you prefer lead to gold. Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun towards Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. If Yamamoto's aim had just been a little bit better, the bullet would have slammed into Kinzo's face. Kinzo! How could you? You... Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot in Yamamoto's crotch. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face, and he stomped on her chest. Bishi! You die! Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the coming pain. No one wants to watch the moment they get shot. Kinzo's shot was true. You... Drip, drip, drip. A blood splash poured out of Yamamoto's chest. Just as you took so many lives for your own personal reasons, I'll take your life for mine. Could Yamamoto hear Kinzo's words until the end? In his last moments, he seemed to grin. Then slowly, he fell backwards with a splurt of blood. And that's the one time that Kinzo's cool. Kinzo, are you okay? I was sure you'd been shot. Beatrice turned to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing. Bishi, are you hurt? My ribs are hurting. That brute really was stomping them hard. Will you be okay? I hope they aren't broken. Italian women don't break so easily, but thanks. I owe you my life. If you hadn't come, I would all have ended there. Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. She didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for the ship that was coming. I made the decision to carry her away from the island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be more than enough to get us there. I need to take you to a hospital. The wound might be more serious than you realize. That's interesting. I never knew there was a hospital on this island. There isn't. A boat should get us to the next island over. We'll get you to a hospital. As for me, unless I cleverly cover up what happened on this island, I might end up getting court-martialed just for being here. I have a request. Please, don't take me to a hospital. Why? If we go to a hospital and the embassy is contacted, I'll probably be sent back to Italy. If that happens, I'll be negotiated about all kinds of things. I won't acknowledge the bastards who let Mama die. There's no homeland for me to return now. This is the end for me. So there's nowhere I want to go anymore. Lieutenant Angelo, Rubens, everyone who was so kind to me. They're all dead. And because of that, you want to die here too? I thought you said Italian women weren't weak. Live. Hey, Kinzo. What does it mean to live? You're the one who taught me, aren't you? Living is more than just breathing. I don't want to go back to Italy. Bishi. You said that you were dead until you met me, but it's the same for me. I died in that submarine. My homeland fell. Mama died. Even Papa died. I prayed that our sub would just sink to the bottom of the ocean. So when we reached this place, I was actually disappointed that we'd survived. Then, right after that, Lieutenant Angelo started asking whether anyone could speak English. When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying. Now that I've lost my homeland, my family, and my friends, my only wish is for you to kidnap me and take me away with you. Bishi. But I know that's a wish that couldn't possibly come true. So at the very least, I want to be with you until the boat comes for us.
I don't care about the pain in my chest. After all, when the boat comes and takes me away, I'll die. Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest. Please, Kinzo. Just for the few days until the boat comes, kidnap me. That's a wish I can't grant. Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Beato up and gently sat her on the boat. Coward. So, Japanese men are weak after all. You're right. I am a coward. So, I can only grant you half of your wish. With a clunk, he placed it, wrapped in a jacket, in the boat. What do you mean? The part about until the boat comes for you. That's the part I can't grant. Huh? What do you mean? Kidnapping you. That part I will do. Kinzo? There has to be a doctor on Nijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. A witch from a distant country took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. A woman came to me with the gold and revived me with her magic. You are a witch. The Golden Witch. Yes, the Golden Witch. Even though I use the same recipe as everyone else, only my alchemy can turn pasta into a smoking black heap. Just like you, I'm nothing but a corpse allowed to live, just as long as you're with me. If you go, I'll die straight away. I won't let you die. Really? No matter what. Take responsibility, okay? After all, you're the one kidnapping me. Huh. Oh. I didn't know you were here. What laugh was that? I see. So Kinzo-san told you that much. Then, wait, it was you? You're the Nijima doctor who grandfather took Beatrice to see? Why so shocked? Should have leapt to the mind ever since the words Nijima doctor. All of a sudden, a soldier of the Navy appeared along with a foreign woman. Of course, I was astounded. And then he actually told me to treat her wounds confidently, since the presence was a military secret. Was that the first time you met grandfather? Yes. That was when we first met. So, you're the greedy doctor who followed orders for the sake of gold. That's a bit harsh. He suddenly brought in a foreign woman patient, explained to me that this was a military secret, promised that he'd pay the medical fees later, and handed me a gold ingot as collateral. I didn't want to get involved with any funny business. I was reluctant, to say the least. I see your point. But in the end, you did conceal Beatrice, didn't you? I may not be as skilled as Kinzo, but I do have some familiarity with English. I managed to overhear part of their conversation, and that was enough to convince me that they were not troublesome people. Of course, if I were to say that the ingot didn't tempt me, that would be a lie. I was much younger than you, see. What happened to her next? I treated her for some time before a messenger from the Ushinomiya family came and said that she would be moved to Odawara. They took her away. So grandfather didn't come to get her himself? Regardless of how Kinzo explained away the incident on Rokenjima, he probably wouldn't be able to move around freely for some time afterwards. Precisely. Kinzo-san has said that deceiving the military was the greatest challenge of his life. So Beatrice went to Odawara, and then what? I have heard that she hid in one of the unused villas. After all, Kinzo already had a family at that time. It must have been tricky to manage. So, leading a double life was business as usual for Kinzo, even before Kuwadorian. Whoosh. What? Why did you whoosh? What are you doing? Is your butt itching? Oh, he was preemptively dodging. And later on, Beatrice and grandfather continued their happy relationship in the villa from then on. I have heard that it was a modest, peaceful life. Several years later, they had a child. So, Kuwadorian's Beatrice was born.
The birth didn't go... Oh, did she die in childbirth? It was a truly sad tale. You don't mean she died? Don't be surprised. Kinzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn. I guess that would make sense. You can't neglect the heart. It's possible to reason that out. You're right. My apologies. I don't know how many years Kinzo-san spent with her in Odawara. However, judging by the Kinzo we grew to know afterwards, one can tell how deeply he loved her, even if they had only had a few years together. I see. And then he made Kuradorian for his daughter. Kinzo-san cleverly made use of the submarine's gold to build up a fortune in a flash. Then, he made use of his considerable skills in English to make connections with the GHQ, becoming immensely wealthy in a short span of time. There's no need to explain this part to you, Leon-san. Yes, he used that vast wealth, bought Rokenjima, and built the mansion. The remaining relatives in Odawara scoffed at grandfather, thinking he was crazy to buy an entire deserted island. If you could carry 10 tons of gold around in your pocket, Kinzo probably wouldn't have bought Rokenjima. He hid the gold somewhere in Rokenjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island. Exactly. And that started the legend of the Ushinomiya gold. What about the mark of the one-winged eagle that was supposedly pressed into the ingots? The one-winged eagle, or more precisely, an eagle of which only one wing is visible. What do you mean? You see it often in Europe, do you not? A crest or coat of arms with an eagle spreading its wings on it. The flag of the Salo Republic also had an eagle. Or was it a hawk? At any rate, it had some bird of that type emblazoned on it. So the imprint was made too lightly, or else it was poorly done. Correct. They used a rough wartime press. It was probably supposed to look like the crest of an eagle spreading its wings. It was pressed at a slight slant, so half of it was too light to see. So half of the eagle spreading its wings disappeared, making it look like a one-winged eagle? Kinzo thought the seal on the gold of Beatrice, the woman who had changed his fate, looked like a one-winged eagle. That must be why he decided to make it his own crest. If the imprint had been made correctly, it would have been the eagle of the Salo Republic's flag. Or could it have been the two-headed... No, of course not. Passing the night away with Kinzo-san in front of that massive pile of gold, drinking and wondering, was truly an enjoyable experience. However, Kinzo-san didn't want people using that seal to figure out where the gold had come from. The gold he took outside was all repressed with the one-winged eagle design he had created. And all he did was show you the gold? What a cheapsteak. Steak, I don't know. Of course, after he became immensely rich, Kinzo-san came to me once more, saying that he'd pay me in full for the overdue medical expenses. The amount he came with was a bit much for medical fees, though I did make sure to give him change. And you've been friends ever since? Yes. Kinzo-san was extremely grateful to me for keeping a secret and concealing Beatrice. Grandfather always says that the old relatives in Odawara were a bunch of greedy liars. I'm sure he appreciated your strong sense of duty, Dr. Nanjo. I think I understand why a person like Grandfather came to trust you. I also had some interest in foreign countries, as well as a hobby of playing chess. Kinzo-san and I have gotten along well ever since. It was a friendship that built up gradually, but grew strong before we knew it. Yes, we have been friends a very long time. People who deal with large amounts of money tend to be quite mindful of small amounts as well. When you refuse to accept anything more than the medical fees, that must have earned you his admiration. Ridiculous. I was just frightened by the large quantity of money. I began to regret it later. It seems I've never had real guts. No need to worry there. Guts are the one thing you've got no shortage of. You think so? Well, I appreciate the flattery. That wasn't flattery. For at least one whole year after Kinzo's death, Nanjo had taken part in hiding the secret of that death. Of course, Natsuhi must have given him some hush money. Still, there could be no doubt that he had enough guts to withstand pressure from Kinzo's children for a long time without slipping up once. Now that's something that'd take real guts. That sense of duty must be part of your personality. Perhaps that is my only redeeming quality. I think Grandfather was blessed with a good friend. Aw, how sweet.
How sweet. But yeah, it does make sense on her like dying in childbirth and him being like, oh, she's reincarnated. To think, I've learned just how much the woman called Beatrice influenced grandfather's life. We haven't learned anything. Who killed Beatrice? Unless we figure that out, we'll never be able to get out of here. You're right. We need to finish this quickly. The funeral is already over, after all. You've got it all wrong. This is the funeral. You mean what she's making us do? All of the Beatrices we've heard about so far weren't killed at all. We're trying to understand where the word killed factors in. That's the real funeral as far as Birkenstell's concerned. No one knows about her being killed. And that's the truth we're trying to expose? You're pretty sharp, aren't you? Hardly feels like I'm talking to a piece from a lower plane. So this is why I was given you as my Watson. Ouch! Don't call your partner a piece. So, what next, Willard Holmes? Step 1 of holding an investigation is questioning witnesses, of course. There's still a Beatrice we need to ask about. To indicate whom they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of George, Jessica, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something. Wow, Beatrice sounds pretty incredible.
Yeah! And then inside an upside down cup, she made tons of candies appear out of nowhere.
Inside the overturned cup? Amazing! Sounds like magic to me. Maria Chen really does love witches and magic. We could hardly avoid consulting our local authority on witches. When looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria rose to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice, the one Kinzo and the others had talked about. However, here and there, on the Rokenjima of 1986, the name Beatrice probably refers to the person Maria is always talking about.
Small baby. Small.
I don't see Battler anywhere. Ushida Mia Battler. The one who was forced to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game, this tale. A battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins' room, or in the cousins' group. Battler-kun did not attend this funeral. It's a shame, seeing as he's the cousin closest in age to me. Are you two on good terms? Yes, of course. And you pinch his butt every time he says something perverted. Oh, how did you know? Did your detective instincts tell you that? Poor guy. Birkenstell said that everything we needed was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means that it's possible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and making us take the long way around. As part of some fickle witch's game. Interesting. Since he isn't here, that probably means there's no need to hear his story for the time being. Let's talk to Maria and the others. I won't say anything perverted, so keep your hands off my butt. Then why not try choosing your words a bit more carefully? With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle. Wait. What? That's... How do you... What? Yep, that was my brain. What's confusing? Well... So is he taking his two, like his index and his index and middle finger tapping his thumb, or is he pinching the air like in a peace sign kind of thing? Is my thing. Ah, Successor-sama. Are you done babysitting the old geezer? Yeah. I assume 3 fingers, yeah. That's what I'm assuming too. At least Leon was impartial. No mercy even for Jessica. Will felt a bit gratified. I see. Since you're the successor in class's child and Jessica's your little sister. He was so used to Jessica being an only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly normal, something didn't feel quite right about it. Jessica, can't you talk a bit more like a little sister's supposed to? And while we're at it, why not try talking more like a girl your age? How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me Successor-sama? Shut up! I'll live the way I want to! I'd suffocate if I had to act all refined like you, Successor-sama. Ouch! Ouch! Stop it! Don't pinch me! This is little sister abuse! Pervert! Stop it! Ow! Jessica, why are you talking like that in front of a guest? Do you want Mother to scold you again? Fun. Looks like those two are close. In their own in their own special way. Wait, what? I mean, we could. Less with pinching and more tickles. Just pinching each other's butts. My goodness. Well, Leon is an excellent person to be the successor without any faults. I guess I understand how Jessica-chan feels. Leon must be a bit too perfect sometimes. She gets compared to Leon no matter what she does. And that made her a rebel? If Jessica-chan had been born an only child, I'm sure she would have become a composed and quiet young lady. That's an interesting thought. Don't worry, it wouldn't be enough to change her personality.
George Oni-chan, who is this person?
This is the first time we've met, right? But you seem to know a lot about our family. I'm George, and this here is Maria. Pleased to meet you. Call me Will. I'm investigating Beatrice. Please, tell me what you know.
Beatrice? Ooh!
Maria's like, finally someone asked me about my hyperfixation!
See? Beatrice exists! Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Though Maria had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man, as soon as she heard the name of the witch that she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle. Tell me all about your OC.
With pleasure! Ooh!
Hey, Maria-chan, you've got to greet our guest properly.
Hello, my name is Ushimiya Maria. Ugh. I'm glad to meet someone who knows Beatrice. Hensik. Ugh.
Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand, and Will reached out for it reflexively. They are now bonded for life. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between his hands. The theater-going power that Birkenstell had given him had affected Maria.
Beatrice is the witch of Rokenzima. She plays with me every time I come here. She's my best friend and a fellow member of the Mirage Societe. Ooh!
The light grew brighter and brighter. This time, he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's words. So cute. World, not words. Oops.
I'm Ushimiya Maria. My mama is Rosa. My papa... I don't have a papa. I think I remember Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, "This is your papa." It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant, I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said it didn't exist. But it had to have existed. When I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama, she got really mad and said it didn't exist, or that if it did, she had already thrown it away. Ever since then, she kept saying that I didn't have a papa. Did you know? People say you need a papa and a mama to have a baby, but that's a lie.
Virgin birth, is it?
Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. If I was a boy, that might have been my name.
Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20.
No, verse 23. Verse 20 is, "But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared upon him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived is of the Holy Ghost."
Maria is Jesus, oh my gosh. That makes a lot of sense. So your father is the Holy Ghost.
Everyone said that everyone has a papa. They said it was strange to not have a papa and that I was a weird, pitiful child. But when I asked Mama, she said I didn't have a papa, that he didn't exist. She got mad and hit me, even though all I did was ask. So I didn't really understand who gave birth to me. I was an immature and misplaced creature, not a proper human. I realized I was a strange, pitiful girl, different from everyone else.
One thing I did not expect today is to hear Bible verses in Maria's voice, right? It doesn't matter who your parents are or what other people say. You are who you are.
It must have been hard to teach that to a young, immature kid. My kindergarten teacher must have said that to me when I cried after being bullied. But even those words of encouragement couldn't fill the blank space. No, the questions. Those words couldn't answer the questions in my mind.
And the book is what gave you the answers?
A priest came to see me.
It was probably part of some lesson to enrich the minds of children throughout an edifying tale. To most of the children, it was just an ordinary fairy tale that they might have heard from one of their teachers. Actually, I think we were just bored because it was too hard to grasp. Then at the end, the priest said something important. That God knows everything?
Yep. So I asked him, I only have a mama. I don't have a papa. Mama gave birth to me without a papa. Was that a strange, sad thing? I asked.
The priest taught me. There's nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, and the one who gave birth to him was the Virgin Maria. I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, had been showing me the answer all along.
I was so shocked. I asked the priest to say it again. He said that the Virgin Maria gave birth to a baby by herself. So I asked him if that meant I could give birth to a baby all by myself too.
And how do you answer that?
He said the Virgin Maria was with child because of the Holy Ghost. The second part of the book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. For that which is conceived in her is the Holy Ghost. That surprised me again. What do you think that means?
You interpreted this to mean that Ushinomiya Maria had no human father, that your real father was the Holy Ghost. Regardless of the Bible's original meaning, this young, sad girl, whose lack of a father had caused her to lose her sense of identity, had finally created a way to understand herself.
Once I realized that, I knew why I was different from all the other kids. The one who made fun of me were all kids of Joseph, or children of Joseph, but I alone was different. I wasn't worse than everyone else. I was a child of God, a child of the Holy Ghost. When I got back, I told Mama I had no papa. Mama gave birth to me thanks to the power of God, and then she smacked me upside the face.
Of course, Naruto is the first G Fuel flavor to get two flavors of the same property. Oh my gosh. It was probably painful for Rosa when Maria asked about her father. Why did Maria have no papa when everyone else had a papa and a mama? Every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. I said range instead of rage, oops. And then for some reason, all on her own, Maria had found an answer that satisfied her. She had no papa. She was the child of Mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing this young girl's explanation, might go along with it as though it were true. In Rosa's mind, it's just like, okay, if you believe that if you believe that your papa is God, sure. That way you don't have to ask me about your dad anymore.
Beato said that the minimum number of people needed to create a world is 2. I thought she meant that you needed 2 parents to create a child. That's when I thought of it. Beato may be a witch, but she's a witch born of a human. Beato isn't a child of the Holy Ghost. But I'm different. I was born from Mama alone. I was born from the Holy Ghost. Beato can't create a universe without me, but God is always by your side. I can make a universe all by myself, along with the Holy Ghost. Beato called me the Witch of Origins, and she also said that eventually I might become a creator who could create anything alone. All by myself, I can create something out of nothing. Beato can take that and extend it into infinity. Anju was the witch's apostle, who would spread the word far and wide.
And that was Mirage Saucière.
There's a huge difference between 1 and infinity. That's why Beato is so great. However, compared to the difference between existence and non-existence, 1 and infinity are nearly the same thing. I am the child destined to become the best witch. No, the greatest creator in the world! Mirage Saucière was the nest to prepare me for that. I am Ushinomiya Maria, who stands by God's side.
If you look up the word juxtaposition in the dictionary, it's this game going from last flashback with the military into this one. Oh gosh. If we liken Maria's sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of words coming from her might just be the Big Bang. She spent so long tormented over how to interpret her lack of a father. Then, by chance, she saw a line in the Bible that looked like it secretly referred to her, and she finally formed an understanding for herself. The sad girl, who had hated herself for being different from all her classmates, finally found a meaning for her existence. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-hot, ultra-high-pressured energy. Then, later on, she went to Rokanjima, met the endless witch who called herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to their magical compendium. That was the universe known as Mirage Saucière. Plot twist, this whole game is Maria's fanfiction. Right? I'm a clump of high energy. I mean, yeah, it takes a lot of energy for it to keep a pumpkin, a dog, and a doll all fused together. We're jumping about a bit too fast. Let's take things one at a time.
Sure. Where do you want to start?
After you decided that you were the child of the Holy Ghost, it's easy to imagine that you gradually became more and more interested in the occult. And then what? Once you reached that state, where did you meet Beatrice, and how did the two of you interact?
Really did happen all of a sudden one day. I wanted to meet the witch called Beatrice, who lived on the Rokanjima. I wanted to meet her as a fellow witch.
At that time, you already knew you were a witch?
I did. Even then, when it came to the Bible and the occult, I already knew as much as an adult. So, even though I couldn't use magic, I believed that I was a witch. It's a bit funny, isn't it? That's why I was only a witch apprentice.
I don't think witches were a thing in the Bible. I mean, were they not? Thanks for the proper hydrate, and then I will stretch. I don't know, maybe she also had like a Shakespeare book. Maybe. When did you meet Beatrice?
I don't really remember when, but I do remember what it was like. It was really, really sudden. She just popped up in front of me and was like, "Hello, I am Beatrice." It was really fun. Huh?
So, you are Ushinomiya Maria, I presume? It was so very sudden. I was just drinking some milk tea all alone in the Rose Garden Arbor. Mama said she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all. All the things in the Bible that could be classified as supernatural were either God or Jesus doing something. There's not really like magic anywhere. I don't know, maybe the Bible in Japanese is different.
Who are you?
You're the one who wanted us to meet. Here I am, welcoming the witch who came to visit my island, and yet you ask my name.
Beatrice?
Precisely. I am Beatrice. Yeah, that is pretty sudden.
Yep, really, really sudden. There are witches and spirits right next to us all the time. They just choose not to show themselves. And when they do show themselves, it's always sudden, as though they've been there the whole time. That's what I learned that day.
And then you and Beatrice became friends?
Yeah, she stayed and chatted with me the whole time until Mama was done with her work. We talked about magic and witches, and how I was the child of the Holy Ghost.
And what was your impression of Beatrice then?
I don't like saying it, but my knowledge at least was better than hers back then. At first I thought she wasn't a very good witch. Well, that was just my conceit. There are many different kinds of magical compendiums, plus mine was based on self-study. I probably only viewed Beato that way because her magical compendium was different than mine. It wasn't long before I came to regret that and apologized.
Apologized? Did Beatrice do something to win your respect? I see. So, she showed you magic. We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at the table under an umbrella. Very interesting. Maria, I see you've been quite diligent in your studies. I'm trying to stop dying. Thank you for distracting everyone while I was dying.
I see you've been quite diligent in your studies. At your age, to be capable of teaching a 1,000-year-old witch such as myself is truly an accomplishment worthy of admiration. So, what sort of magic can you use?
Magic?
If you call yourself a witch, you must be able to show me some sort of magic, correct? I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I'd studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I had been so sure of both of those things. So when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze. She could turn water into wine. Oh gosh, I mean, technically. When one knows of magic and can speak of it, they finally reach the rank of apprentice. One is only a witch if they can put such knowledge into practice and use magic, correct?
So, I'm not a witch yet?
You have studied well, and I can sense a very rare talent within you. One day you may become a witch so great that even I could not compare. Or perhaps even a creator, as you have told me. However, you are still young and immature. You are... yes, you are an apprentice. A witch apprentice, you might call it.
So, does that mean you can use magic vehicle?
Of course. I could not call myself a witch otherwise.
Incredible. Show me! I want to see your magic.
Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-themed idea that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one had even proven to her that occult phenomenon actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person so she could believe in it with even more strongly.
Once, I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky, transformed it into 7 colors of candy, and eaten them at my leisure. However, my power has weakened so much that I cannot even preserve my form to my satisfaction.
You told me about that. You can't use your full power because of the shrine.
Maria was running around telling everyone she could do magic, but then someone finally called her out. Right?
She's like, I was born from the spirit of the ghost. I can do magic. I'm a witch.
And then Beatrice was like, I would love to see your magic. She's like...
It will take quite some time before my power returns. At this moment, I cannot turn rainbows to candy. However, perhaps I could show you a bit of that power with some simpler magic.
I want to see your magic.
Very well. However, I must ask for your assistance. As I have already told you, no matter how pure your soul might be, all humans are tainted and filled with a toxin that resists magic.
Yeah, I remember. You told me about the anti-magic toxin. It wasn't in any sort of the books I read. You must really be incredible to know so much.
Pick a card, Maria, any card. This card has candy on it. You win.
Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings. Right, the magic to make candy appear inside an overturned cup.
How did you know? You're incredible, Will. You even know about witch magic.
It's the most basic sort of witch magic, after all.
It was just a normal cup, without any tricks in it. I wanted to see true magic.
There was a thing Maria desired. To strengthen her belief that there was an occult side to her, she wanted to see the occult outside herself as well. That's why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to ruin her chance of learning the miracles of magic. Did Beatrice really do sleight of hand and call it real magic? Yeah!
Good. Then try looking inside that cup.
Oh, there's candy. There's candy!
As a gift to mark my meeting with a new witch, and as a sign of our friendship, I offer this to you.
This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit. I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear, that idea that I was the child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't actually do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. Ushinomiya Maria wants to become a witch, starting off as a witch apprentice. I was already
fascinated by Beato.
Hello, Crimson. How are you doing? I feel like it's been so long since I've seen ya. How have you been? I want to become a real witch too. I want to be your disciple.
How modest. You already have an amiable abundance of talent and diligence, and I have I do not know how to read. Also, though it may have been different when I was at my full power, I cannot take on a disciple at my current state. It does feel long. I've been doing great. Thanks for asking.
I'm good. That's good that you're doing good. That you're doing great. So, I could become a witch's disciple?
Correct. You cannot become my disciple. However, you could become my friend.
Really?
Indeed. From this point forth, we shall be friends. Let us continue to discuss the deep and profound world of witches. It was last year on... Oh gosh, it's been like half a month then.
Thank you, Beato. Can I eat this candy?
No, let that be a souvenir. Instead of eating it, keep it in that adorable bag of yours.
Okay, I'll eat it at home.
Maria, that candy was brought into being by magic. Therefore, it is fragile. If you deny my existence with that toxin of yours, it will melt and fade away.
No. I don't want Beato's precious magic to disappear.
Then be sure that you do not forget your meeting with me. As long as you keep that little promise with me, I shall be here to greet you when you return to this island.
I'll keep it. What's the promise?
Well, to start, when you get home, wash your hands, then rinse out your mouth. You must not complain about this, for it is an important part of a witch's apprentice training.
I'll do it. Every day when I come home, I'll wash my hands. I'll rinse out my mouth. If I do that, will I see you again?
I promise it. If you keep your end of the promise, your body will be cleansed, and I will regain even more of my magical power. If that happens, I will show you even more incredible magic the next time you come.
I'll keep my promise no matter what. I'll do it. I'll become your friend and a witch apprentice.
Your resolve is heartening, Ushiramiya Maria. I hope you will grow to become a full witch and my close friend, too. Class and watching too many VTubers, understandable. Who would die first? Beatrice with someone denying witches, or Tinkerbell with someone denying fairies? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I don't know. Honestly, I think Beatrice would probably die faster. Because, like, I think it's, like, more of a sudden thing from the anti-magic toxins. Meanwhile, like, with fairies, they're just like, oh, I'm slowly dying. Oh no, people aren't believing in me. Oh no, here I go.
I think that was the first time I met Beatrice.
And was that candy still there when you got home?
Yep, but I doubted a little, so it was all melty. I regretted almost doubting her. If I had doubted her more, the candy would have disappeared completely. I almost lost the proof of the magical miracle that had happened before my eyes.
Piece of candy melted.
I think it was more of a caramel than a normal candy. It was all lumpy, just starting to melt.
About what time of year did this happen?
I'm not too sure, but I remember that the milk tea had ice in it. Why does that matter?
Never mind. Did you tell Rose about your meeting with Beatrice?
Yep. I told everyone about it at dinner that day. Uncle Klaus laughed at me. And then Mama, who was sitting next to me, got mad and told me to stop talking about it.
Next to you? By your family's ranking system, your seat shouldn't be next to Rose's.
It wasn't a family conference. It was just Mama and I came to visit. So there was only Uncle Klaus's family, Mama and me. There were fewer people, so we didn't sit in the same spots as family conference.
And Rosa was sitting in the seat next to you?
Yeah. Why does that matter?
It doesn't. Have you ever met with Beatrice outside of Rokanjima?
No. After all, Beato's body is fragile, so she can't go wherever she wants. I said I wouldn't mind letting her possess me, but she said she couldn't because she couldn't leave the island.
And after that, you met her every time you came to Rokanjima?
Yeah, we became really good friends. The more we talked about I talked to Beato, the more I realized what an amazing witch she was. She showed me wonderful magic every time I saw her. Then she told me about the magical compendium that was different from mine, and we both talked together about the mysteries of magic. I wanted to reach her level as soon as I could. I wanted to become the kind of witch Beato was.
Did you ever introduce Beatrice to your mother?
Nope. She said Mama's toxins was too strong, so they couldn't meet each other yet. Almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin, because they're all tainted.
So if only humans have the anti-magic toxin, what happens if a witch denies a witch? Oh gosh. I mean, we kind of saw that, in the... I think it was the second ending, I think? Which, like, I'm still not, like, 100% sure what happened in that one. I think it was the second or third ending. It was whichever one where, like, throughout the whole thing, she was being extremely tsundere, and she was being really cute. Beat is really out here doing birthday party tricks and getting kids to bathe. Right. Was anyone other than you able to see Beatrice?
I couldn't at first. She said her magical power was weak, so her body could crumble even if a little bit of toxin reached her. But she gathered magical power bit by bit, and she could eventually appear in front of other people who had small amounts of toxin.
And who was that?
There weren't many of them. Just a few of the servants.
Specifically?
All of the servants here today. Huh? But not Goda-san, I think.
So there were 4 of them. Genji, Shannon, Kennen, and Kumasawa.
And Dr. Nanjo, too.
Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, they had only come by for minor things, like bringing some more tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her. How did the servants react to Beatrice? She was a guest who shouldn't have existed. Weren't they surprised?
Of course not. After all, Beatrice is the other master of the mansion.
She said that the servants treated Beatrice as an honored guest, and sometimes they were permitted to witness new miracles of magic along with Maria. So, on Rokenjima of 1986, the ones who could actually meet with Beatrice were you, Nanjo, and the 4 servants excluding Goda, for a total of 6?
Yeah! Beato said she'd need to store up much more magical power before she could appear in front of anyone else.
So she intended to show herself in front of more people sometime in the future?
Yep. She said the day she made all of the humans acknowledge her would be the day of her resurrection.
Why are they framing this like Maria was hallucinating? They kind of are. Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She had probably appeared before new humans one by one, starting with those whose anti-magic toxin was weakest. Beatrice's game was to increase the number of humans who could recognize her, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. Of that, there could be no doubt. In that case, the last person Beatrice needed to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought Battler would be the hardest to convince? It seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. That would be a sucky ending, haha, it was all fake and magic and isn't real, right? However, if we go with that chessboard thinking Battler loves so much, Beatrice is trying to make people acknowledge her existence. Therefore, she might say that she's a character who can't exist unless people acknowledge her. Battler reached this idea himself as soon as the first game. Yes, there's something different about the Beatrice of 1986. She's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Ecuadorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Beatrice of 1986, the one we're so familiar with in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence. What does it mean to kill this Beatrice who has no existence? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria said that even a single person could give birth to a universe, and yet Maria desired a second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone. Because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear? Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create a Beatrice is 2. However, even a single person could give birth to her, and yet that single person desired a second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by the first person. That meeting with a second person is the scene Maria had just described. Game, please do not talk about Maria giving birth to anything, right? That's been an issue through the whole thing. the single person who created Beatrice looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria. We don't need Frudo Erica's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was a sleight of hand. Maria, believing in the story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as a proof of her meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, it was only natural for caramel left in a bag to melt. Ushida Mia Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept a story easily. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. The creation of Beatrice could be thought of as an egg being laid. When a single person creates her, it's little more than a daydream. She's still inside the egg. If and only if a second person acknowledges her, the shell will crack and she'll appear. She'll only appear if a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched and the chick was born. In that case, Mirage Sorcière, which nurtured Beatrice in her magical compendium, was like a nest. This was Beatrice, a woman with a dignified presence, who calls herself the Witch of Rokenjima, and who claims to have lived 1,000 years. That sounds less like the chick Beato who appeared in the previous game and more like Beato the Elder. So, the meeting of Maria has just recounted mark the birth of Beato the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. Between then and the meeting with Maria, it nurtured immensely inside its shell into a character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Then, when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rokenjima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. The youngster chick Beato was born out of love for Battler. Since that birth hasn't yet occurred at this point in time, the birth of Beato the Elder and the existence of Beatrice at this moment must have nothing to do with Battler. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Birkenstell? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the spectators. Oh, she's enjoying it. Great, thanks a bunch.
I wish for Beato to grant me a lot of things with magic. That's why I'm helping her with her resurrection.
What is it you wished for?
Lots and lots. Not telling.
So you wanted to protect your mama from the Black Witch.
How did you know that? You're incredible. Ugh.
And you're already sure that you'll never be able to get that world back without the witch's help?
Yep. I love Mama. She's so nice. I want to be with her forever, for all eternity.
This sounds like the plot of Mob Psycho, where people believing in a creature can cause it to come into existence. I mean, like, you know, maybe. I don't know. I still need to watch the second season. The third season's out now, isn't it? Now I'd like to hear about Mirage Sorcière. What's wrong?
Don't wanna.
Huh?
I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna get something to drink. See you later.
Third season ended a few months ago. It's also the final season. Wait, they're now gonna make another one? Okay, so I guess I have plenty of time to finish the series, but jeez, man. Okay.
Hello, nobody. How are you doing? Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh.
I did a little sniff and it was disgusting. Oh, wait. The rain stopped. Oops. Oh, anyway. Is the series finale yet? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I definitely
need to watch it. Definitely.
Maria became suddenly formal, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. It was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. I see. So the Game Master has moved the piece. Apparently she's telling me to ask about something different. At some point, Leon had started chatting with the other family members. Jessica seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear from those who don't. Still waiting on One Punch Man Season 3. Hopefully.
good. How about you, nobody? I don't remember if I asked or not. I probably don't. I probably didn't. But yeah, hopefully you're doing good. A lot of stuff has happened.
I apologize for Successor Sama's lack of courtesy back there. It's not going to leave a mark, is it? Talk about merciless. Did you say something, Jessica? Of course not. I've already learned my lesson, okay? Who are these new Charas? So this one, the one that's in the center here, is Leon. I don't know why it's spelled lion, but pronounced Leon, but that's how it is. And then the other character that was on the previous screen is Willard, nicknamed to Will. And we don't know too much about Willard. He's kind of like investigating things. But Leon here is the sibling to Jessica, like the older sibling, so they are the successor. And they're probably a boy, but like the only person that's really referred to them as a boy is Will, and I've only known Will for a little bit of time, but I feel like he wouldn't get people's pronouns right. Because most of the other times, Leon has just been like referred to it by Leon. I spent hours getting ready for work and then my shift canceled. Oh no. Leon is a fakey fake person who is inserted himself into people's memories. Maybe. Literally said that nobody complains about the name they were given at birth. It's true. Yeah, that is the thing that Willard did, so, you know, I wouldn't put it past Willard to misgender somebody. Leon, who had apparently been chatting with the adult siblings, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Looks like the older siblings firmly in control around here. Those are some sharp ears. I think I'm finally getting this Leon person. Yeah. Our successor Sama's always been weirdly sharp, and the adults are always gushing about that kid. And I'm always getting compared to that, both at home and at school. Come to think of it, Leon was the student council president during both middle school and high school, and the head of the badminton team too. So everywhere you go, you get compared to Leon, and it doesn't match up too well for you. I said it as soon as I got into middle school. Our successor Sama was already the vice president of the student council. I said, if you're planning to become the student or the council president next year, they'll just put more pressure on me, so stop it. But the next year rolls around, and guess who announces their candidacy and wins by a landslide election? But he does put it in an innocently arrogant, yeah, very, like, he just doesn't know. Not in a way of, like, I will do this on purpose. Same thing again in high school. I said, please, just give it a rest this time. You're already vice president. But when year 3 rolls around, our successor Sama gets the council president job again. Dad was oh so proud. Mom kept saying, now you make sure that you do your best as the little sister, over and over and over again. Gah! But even so, you were still proud to be Leon's little sister, weren't you? It's not like I ever thought of it that way. Yeah, of course not. Why would I? It can be tough to be compared against perfection, but other people are other people, and you are you. There's no point in letting it get you down. Live how you want to with all you've got, you'll be fine. Of course, but Mom and the others are always going about on how I need to follow in Ushimiya Leon's footsteps as a little sister. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Oh gosh, my neck needs to pop, and it won't let me. Okay, that's good enough, I guess. They kept telling me to go join the student council, to go play badminton. You don't play in a rock band, do you? What? Shh, that's a secret, okay? Apparently, she's keeping it a secret from her family. Interesting. People tend to blame things on their family and how they were raised, but this Jessica girl always likes doing the same thing, even in a different world and a different family. It's admirable that she has a true and constant interest in something. As Matthew Mercer once said, the difference between a good and great voice actor is the ability to do a character's voice who's entertaining enough.
Well, I do my best.
I loved it. That Petan Petan song, that Dokyun Donkyun song. Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort like Leon, but kids who act their age do have their charms. It's the best way to go through life. Enjoy your youth to the fullest. Thanks. Apparently, no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived, and the direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment. I want to ask you two now. The same thing you just asked Maria-chan? Yeah. We need a huge heck and throw redeem acceptance head pats and hugs. Oh my gosh. I mean, that could work. I could set up a throwing thing to only throw like certain objects. I don't know. I guess I can have it throw head pats. Head pats and hearts. Or maybe I can have it and it could sound squishy. Violet head pats. Yes. Please, tell me everything you know about Beatrice. Well, you can see how much Maria-chan loves witches and the occult. For her, Beatrice is a symbol to be admired, like an anime heroine. Whenever some trivial thing happens, she believes it's some witch pranking her with magic. Pit punch. No! I said the wrong words. Pinch redeem. You really are an adult. And so, if the fact that you'd never say that to Maria, even if you think it. Of course, childhood dreams only happen when you're a kid. I think respecting that precious experience is an adult's responsibility. It looks like the two of us will get along well. George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams, is the adult thing to do. That might be worthy of further scrutiny. When she got candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and actively supported the story as adults should. However, we can conceive to a similar situation coming up besides an adult interacting with a child. For example, what about a subordinate or interacting with a superior? Now let's go with your butt. That's cool. Well, I think I somehow messed it up so bad. That was like, oh yes, a bit punch. If Kinzo, tyrant of the Ushinomiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would actively support that story, as his subordinates should. Although Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Ushinomiya family, even amongst those who had never seen her. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed by a sort of fairy tale character. Or as a, not by a. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So a person attempting to do this would need to perform acts that no one could explain without magic. Those acts were the witch incidents, starting with the window opening pranks played by Beato the Elder, and ending with the closed room murders. Beato the Elder talked about this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her existence known. If Maria is Jesus, then who's the Antichrist? Battler! I mean, maybe. Beatrice, why were you willing to go so far to make everyone besides you accept your existence? Because that fiction will become the truth if everyone acknowledges it? Because of that moment, the one being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and will become human? In that case, until Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. The final battle is Maria versus Battler. Oh no! I'll try to do a backflip. Oh, with a 5. Oh no, buddy. Are you okay? She's furniture. Why would furniture want to become human? I seem to remember this being a theme in the previous game. It's because they want to gain a right. Furniture cannot... So they try to become human because they want the right to... It's like... I am reminded of something that happens in Nier, and I'm not gonna say it just so that way Psyche doesn't get spoiled on it. It's extremely simple. After all, it's directly connected to the reason Chick Beato was born in the first place. I see. I understand, but it's complicated. Honestly, I'm pretty sure the thing that's being censored is the word love. Because, you know, we were shown previously, furniture is not allowed to love someone. Yeah, you can't neglect the heart. I feel bad for saying this at Beatrice's funeral, but truth be told, I don't know enough about this person called Beatrice to tell you much about her. My apologies. Jessica-chan does live here, so she might know a little more than I do. Speaking of which, have you introduced yourself to this gentleman yet, Jessica-chan? Nah, not yet, actually. There's this idiot going around pinching people's butts, so I don't really have a chance to. A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy. Pleased to meet you. My name is Jessica. Allow me to welcome you to the Ushinomiya family on this splendid day. Please enjoy our hospitality and... Willard. Call me Will. Huh? Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady, bending down on one knee, taking Jessica's right hand and kissing it. Oh gosh. What? Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned and formal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Willard had returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way, so he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow. Have I done something strange? No, not at all. I want to hear what you know about Beatrice. These two aren't related. Willard has no relation to the family unless it's going to be shown otherwise. But no, it's Leon and Jessica that are siblings. A sparkle leaked around the edges of Willard's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's hand. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Fine, I'll mute my coughs. Oh gosh. You just get my wing. That's it. That's all you got. Okay, let me move back into place. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. I bit my tongue. So have you figured it out? Xephoria, have you figured anything out? I'm figuring like a little bit here and there. It's like everything's like slowly falling into place, I think. But how are you doing, Morinda? Didn't mean for that to happen. Oh well. Beatrice, is it? Well, I can tell you, but will you promise me something? Promise you won't laugh. Thinking about it now, it sounds more than a little crazy. What is it that you know? I won't laugh. Tell me. Sure. Where should I start? Well, I started reading and then there were none, and I'm seeing a ton of overlap and inspiration from this, from that. Interesting. To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of those 7 mysteries of the Ushinomiya family. You've heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that gets passed down. Like, on some days the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Everyone's heard of them, but of course that doesn't mean they believe in them. The stories about Beatrice were the same. It was just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things during their night patrols. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories, but I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it mattered to me. So during my normal everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. Of course, when that huge portrait was first hung, it definitely felt creepy. Even I try not to meet her eyes after dark, so it's no surprise that the servants found it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. We all walked by the portrait every day. We gradually got used to it and eventually bored of it. I didn't really care any more about the portrait of the mistress from grandfather's delusions. I get that. I'll bet it was different for the other relatives who only came a few times a year. Exactly. That's why every time the family came for a family conference, they'd always stand in front of the portrait and talk about Beatrice. So I was reminded of it every now and then.
Beatrice! I've come to play again. I've written a new spell. Take a look at it later, okay?
You really do like Beatrice, don't you? You've been in such high spirits ever since grandfather had this portrait hung. Huh? Where's Anji? She went back with Aunt Kire to take some medicine. Her body really is frail. Totally the opposite of Battler. She's the sort that gets sick whenever she's stressed. I also used to get sick on big holidays or trips. Maria's really tough by comparison. She's been talking about Beatrice non-stop since we left Nijima. Don't you think she's taking it a bit too far? It's not so bad, right? It's normal for kids to have an active imagination. If a kid told you that she'd met Santa Claus, would you tell her she's a liar? Well, of course I wouldn't go that far. Maria kept on talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. She promised to play with it later, as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute. But to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant, even though she realized that she was dealing with a younger girl. At one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seemed to signify something more direct than mere fascination. It's something more definite, more vivid. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet the others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of the adult dignity George Nissan is always talking about. What does gender have to do with this? I'm not sure. I think it's just like, I don't know, you expect like a young girl to act that way more than a young boy, but even then it's just like, I don't know. I think it's because like, because of how boys are raised, they need to like stop playing around after too long. I don't know.
Just a widow snuffles. Just the remainder of being sick. It's fine. It's fine.
My apologies, everyone. The head is quite busy with his noble research. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today. He's totally alive. Don't worry about it.
Until a second ago, Kinzo's children had been complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during the annual family conferences.
Let us begin lunch, everyone. I, Goda, have made use of... Let me start my sentence over. I, Goda, have made use of all my talent and experience to make sure that you guests, who have come from far away, will be entirely satisfied with your meal. I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
No one's stomach would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great Chef Goda. By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kinzo's absence. It was now Anji's absence that was being discussed. Apparently, her stomachache had gotten so bad that both she and Kire couldn't make it to lunch. Poor thing. Goda, make sure you talk to Kire-san later and have some porridge made.
Thanks for the concern. Sorry about all this. It seems she can't handle much stress. That's how it is with youngins. They're cute, at least, when they're not regurgitating what...
George used to do that all the time. He really was frail way back when, right?
Let's not talk about the past. It's not exactly a mealtime topic.
Poor Anji. So she can't get this yummy food?
Yeah, poor kid. Let's make sure we play with her a lot when she gets better.
No way. She can't play with me.
What are you talking about? Why?
Because I'm gonna play with Beatrice, of course. So I can't play with Anji.
Play with Beatrice? You mean you're gonna go off on your own again to mumble to yourself and read some book?
Jessica! What the heck?
Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice, and that feeling slipped out through her words.
I don't do it on my own. Beato is there too.
Maria may be young, but she does know how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, she happened to have gone to the bathroom at that moment, so there was no one to calm Maria down.
Poor Jessica. You're just a clump of toxin. With Beato's weak magical power now, she'd burn to a crisp if she ever appeared in front of you. But she will appear before you eventually. Yes, in front of everyone else too. And then the door to the Golden Land will open. But who knows if you'll be invited in? Of course she'll take me there to the Golden Land. But not Jessica. Not Jessica! Not someone who makes fun of Beatrice. Not an unenlightened, stupid, confused, filthy, toxin-stained human.
You fool! The witch will die and disintegrate if she appears! You're right. You fool! You're filled with so much toxin that the witch will die if she appears in front of you! How does that make you feel? When someone makes fun of Beatrice, it's like Maria becomes a totally different person. There was a theory about Maria having multiple personalities, wasn't there? Multiple personalities! Yeah, that probably describes it perfectly. Or maybe that was Maria's idea of an ideal personality. You mean that thing about creating another self, the way you want to be? Huh? How'd you know my motto? Don't think too hard about it. You'll just get a headache. It was something Jessica once told Cannon. She had been talking about how anyone can create another self in the image of the person they want to be. Okay, sorry. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting stuff's been mentioned since very early on. I wonder why we would bring that up, huh? No importance there. Everyone has a self they really want to become, but they can't do it. Their current self is always surrounded by their lifestyle and the limits placed on them, so they have no way of changing themselves. True. Changing yourself means changing your environment as well. It's not easy to do. So my idea was to leave who I am now alone. I'd create another self, one that I really wanted to be. You felt suffocated, forced to live the life of a rich family's daughter, and you envisioned the self that you wanted to be. But I couldn't do anything outlandish at home, of course. Mom would just start yelling at me. So I made a plan. At home, I'd obediently do what my parents said, but I'd also create a second self to do, whoops, I clicked the button too fast. To do what I wanted. At home, you did everything your parents told you to, and outside, you did what you wanted. That's a good way to live. You should be proud. Thanks. And, well, if there's something you really want to be, and if you really work for it, it's easier to do than you think. I figured Maria was pretty much the same. You think Maria's doing the same thing when she gets excited and starts talking and talking? Sometimes I think it's the person Maria really wants to be. As the youngest member of the family, she's adored, but not respected. Every time she learns something, there's always someone in the family who already knows it. She doesn't get to show off her knowledge about anything. Whenever she does learn something new, we try to smile and praise her, but that might actually have hurt her. So, Maria wanted to become an authority on something? My alternate personality skips the cutscenes and dialogues and complains about not knowing what's going on. Oh no. Oh no. So you're saying your alternative personality is one of the game grumps? Is Aaron specifically? It's something that all young boys and girls think when they want to shake off their childhood. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you, but when you realize that your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. How do I climb down? Right. Game tells you very plainly what to do. Game Grumps skips tutorial. How do I do anything? This game's stupid. When a kid learns their one-digit times table, their parents will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions like, then what is 11 times 11? Or what is 16 times 16? Or something similar. If that happens, the kid will lose his feelings of accomplishment and start to feel as though he could never surpass his parents. So it's easy to guess why Maria got interested in the occult, something no one else knew about, and started learning more and more about it. I think the person Maria wants to be is an authority on the occult who everyone respects. And if she talked about the occult during her everyday life, Rosa would hit her. So like you, she's been hiding this other self most of the time. That's what I think she's doing at times like this. Maybe I should say that this is her real self slipping through the cracks to cover up her normal self. Actually, I've had some experience with that myself. I've thought at times that it'd be nice to become a frail, secluded lady, so I'd pretend to cough a lot, and it sort of became a bad habit. Because everyone would be nice to you if you started having coughing fits? No, whenever the conversation turned to something I didn't like or something that made me feel uncomfortable, I could do that to change the subject. I see. And that's another self you wanted to become. I'd appreciate if you don't tell anyone about that. So wait, what? Wait. Wait. Sort of became a bad. So wait. Was her asthma not real? Or did she just fake having asthma so much that she gave herself asthma? Huh. I don't remember which video it was, but they were playing an arcade game collection and got to a hoops meet. And Aaron lost because he didn't know how to shoot the ball. Was that the one where, like, I gotta get the grapes off the ground? Or, like, whatever it was. And then, just what is Maria's other self? An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults? I don't remember either, because I remember there were times where she was having, like, giant asthma attacks, and now I'm just like, was she faking it that whole time? Or did she give herself asthma? An authority on the occult who can out-argue adults, or else, does it have to do with her relationship with witches? Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. If her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria found it in Beatrice and inside herself. In that case, is going to the Golden Land with Beatrice Maria's wish? Looks like we've gone off track. Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Aunt Rosa got back. I should have let her be, but I fought back. You said that there was no way Beatrice could exist. Something like that. If she exists, then just let me see her. Of course, once Maria started crying, I realized I'd gone too far. And then, at the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Instead, she went off somewhere on her own and came back talking happily about how she'd played with Beatrice again. Everyone, me included, decided not to contradict her. By that time, it was best to just accept it and ignore it. Is that all you have to say about the family conference? About the conference, yes. What I want to say about is, or what I want to talk about is what happened after the conference was over and everyone left. Did you experience a Beatrice? Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other and I could have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it, it felt like I was the only one unsatisfied.
Oh, my lady, why the gloomy face?
Oh, it's you. It's nothing important. Did everyone make it back okay?
If they're still on schedule, they should have reached the Nijimo airport by now. You've done your part well, milady.
I haven't done anything. It's you servants who have done a great job.
Are you still upset by that fight you had with Maria-sama yesterday?
Sorta.
She's just a kid, all right? Right? It's not something you need to worry about all grown up and in high school.
Do you think all that was just a kid's nonsense?
You mean about Beatrice-sama? I don't know if this is the order that's talking.
See, even you call her Sama. Beatrice is the name of grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realize that as a servant, Kumasawa-san can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, it's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives in this mansion, and it's almost natural for people to call her Sama. Beatrice is just a ghost story created by the adults to stop us from wandering into the forest. Maria just thought it was interesting one day and decided to act like it was true.
If you say such things, you'll end up regretting it. After all, Beatrice-sama exists.
Ken, when you say stuff like that, you're just freaking me out. I may not be George Nissan, but I'm not gonna go around shouting that Santa couldn't possibly exist, but that doesn't mean he actually exists.
You'll find her wrong there, my lady.
Wrong?
Oh, yes. The gods dwell in all things. In the same way, Beatrice-sama dwells in this mansion. Like the gods, Beatrice-sama will do you no harm if you respect her. As you say, it will be as tough as it'll be as though she doesn't exist. However, if you ever fail to show proper respect, her curse will descend upon you. Of course, this doesn't apply only to Beatrice-sama.
If there's a curse, let's see it. I'd just love to meet her.
But, lady, you mustn't say such things.
All of a sudden, thunderstruck.
Lady.
You did a fine job today.
Shannon, Goda-san, you guys know about Beatrice, right?
Huh? Well, I do know of her, of course, but why'd you ask? If I'm lying, then may God himself strike me down. The two looked at each other. They looked like a pair who had just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word. Let's have it straight. Does she exist? That ghost. If it's a question of whether she exists or not, I would have to say that she doesn't. Probably.
I'm sure she exists.
Why? Have you ever met her?
I've never met her directly, but...
Shannon spoke in detail of how she'd sometimes feel a strange presence or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. And each time she started, Jessica would immediately cut her off, saying she must have seen it wrong or been mistaken. You haven't met her either, right, Goda-san? Of course not. However, well... He was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Goda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was a resident of the mansion herself. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living here. Of course, she didn't like that. Wait a sec. Tell me that story one more time. Huh? Which do you mean?
The story about the VIP room?
Goda and Shannon had been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of those drew a reaction from Jessica. Yeah, that one. Sounds pretty cool. Goda and Shannon glanced at each other. After all, it hadn't been a cool story to either of them. You mean that you mustn't enter the VIP room at 2 in the morning?
The one about how Beatrice-sama returns to the VIP room every morning at 2. So you mustn't go near it?
Yeah, that's it. Pretty cool. All the other stories are about people saying they heard or saw something Beatrice-like, but that one isn't. This one says if you go to the VIP room at 2, you can actually meet Beatrice-sama?
Well, I wonder.
Milady,
they say that servants who speak ill of Beatrice-sama are cursed. Furthermore, the VIP room is Beatrice-sama's room.
Even you, milady, should probably reconsider. The VIP room is locked now, right? Where's the key? Was the key in the key box?
I think Genji-sama keeps the key by his own chair.
Master Key can unlock it too, right? Let me borrow yours.
But I cannot do that.
Lady, there's no need to approach such an ill-omened place without reason. Hey, don't you go calling my house ill-omened. Anyway, I've made up my mind. If you can't give me your master key, there's still that key for the VIP room, right? Let me borrow it.
Lady.
To Jessica, the expressions worn by the pair felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. In Jessica's eyes, the ill-omened thing wasn't the witch or the VIP room. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree, and she made them bring her the key to the VIP room. Ooh, what you gonna find? What she gonna find? So, you went on a classic test of courage to see if Beatrice would really appear in the VIP room or not.
Pretty much. Still, I wonder why I was so fixated on doing it. I must still have been brooding over that fight I had with little Maria. Of course, the weather just had been terrible on that particular night. To be honest, I slightly regretted sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I'd already said so much and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day, have her ask me how it went, and then answer, well, I gave up because it was too scary, teehee. Normally, I'd go to sleep long before 2 a.m. Ha, what a nerd! If Mom found me wandering the corridors at that time of night, she'd definitely yell at me. So I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2. Outside, the rain was incredible, and the wind strong. The swaying, rustling trees were particularly eerie. I'd complained to Shannon and Goda about making up ghost stories about my house, but I was starting to feel like those ghost stories might not be so impossible after all. The Ushinomiya family mansion is huge. Honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. As Mom says, the hallways of the Ushinomiya family should be treated like public roads. In other words, my own room is part of my house, but the hallway and the rooms I usually don't enter are outside. So while part of me felt like that this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous, another part of me was so creeped out that it kept frantically trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. Only 10 minutes left till 2. If I want to be inside the VIP room at 2, I need to get there before then. Guess it's time. Sorry, but I'm not giving up that easily. Nothing's going to happen. I know that. It'll just be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. I touched the doorknob to the door of my room and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. After all, this is my room. But it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. That's outside my territory. The doorknob, the barrier between the two, is ice cold. Idiot. Why are you so scared of me? You aren't taking Shannon's, Goda-san's, or maybe Kumasawa-san's gossip seriously, are you? I'll prove it. There's nothing strange in the VIP room. The corridor was only dimly lit. Before lights out time, the hallways were brighter. But to avoid wasting energy on something like that, we kept the lights on to a minimum at dark. So even though I was inside my own house, it was very clearly the middle of the night here. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this to do a test of courage in the VIP room, which I'm not even supposed to go in, I'd get in a lot of trouble. To make sure she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and my footsteps. So the silence felt unbelievably loud. Even though it was so quiet, that eerie sound of the wind was noisy. The sound of twigs rustling. The sound of some pillar in this old mansion creaking. What's that sound like a beak tapping against the glass? Though it was so quiet, all of the little suspicious sounds made it seem noisy. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have brought a flashlight at least? Flashlight to use inside my own home? That's even more idiotic. I mumbled this to myself, hoping that it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. I mean, like, you wouldn't need a flashlight if the power is out. Like, I don't know. Then I saw it. The door to the VIP room. This was the VIP room, a room for important guests. However, as far as I knew, it had never been used before. None of the guests who come to this mansion were important enough to be given use of this room. Though I'd been clutching that key the whole time, it didn't feel warm at all. It still ruthlessly and icily tormented me. Or maybe it was a warning. If you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, this night will pass like any other. Don't mess with me. I can't give up after coming this far. Even though the key was freezing in my hand, telling me to go back, it slipped into the keyhole quite easily. All that's left is to turn the knob, open it, and I'll be inside the VIP room. It's not like I've never been in there before. Long ago, I explored and played hide and seek all the time.
And this door that I rarely entered seemed unusual and exciting. This is the plot of I Saw Act 1, oh my gosh. However, I got in trouble for going in and was told that this room was important, so one mustn't enter without reason. After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms, and I couldn't go in anymore. So, it's probably been several years since I've gone into the VIP room. In fact, it might be more than 10 years since the last time. The inside of the room was probably changed from how I remember it. Come to think of it, even then, I felt that there was something unsettling about it. Slowly, I pushed the door open. The door was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself, as though beckoning me in. Beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that peeked in from the corridor seemed bright in contrast. I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This was a horribly awkward and uncomfortable way to do it. All I really had to do was step inside and search for the switch from there. Unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck just my arm into the darkness and felt along the wall. There. Click. The switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. However, once the light turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant. And there, exactly as it had been, as though not a thing had changed in all these years, was the VIP room. The curtain and bed cover might have been slightly different, and maybe the chairs and the like had changed too. Still, if I had to put it in words, I'd call it the feel. The stiff, lifeless feel of this room hadn't changed. If I hang around here, someone might find me. I'd rather not have Mom find me here. I readied myself. And though I couldn't even bring myself to enter this room when the lights were out, I finally entered. And then Beatrice came out of the corner and was like, ha ha ha! As soon as I closed the door, I felt an oppressive, suffocating sensation. All right, I've shut myself up in the VIP room. Bring it, Beatrice. What time is it now? I looked around the room, but I couldn't see any clock. I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Damn. Now I'm not sure what time it is. Still, I know there's only a few minutes left at most. I tried to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. Even so, just standing around like this was boring. When I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange. What's this? Oh. It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. If this room had been used often, I'd have thought it was just one of the owner's personal belongings. But no one lived in this room. It's Alex. Oh my gosh. So, this can't belong to the room's owner. What is this, an offering or something? Creepy. It really did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side table. The doll's hair was gold. It was wearing a black dress. Just who managed to find this doll and where? There's no doubt that someone placed the doll here to symbolize Beatrice. Does that mean this doll is supposed to be the owner of this room or something? And looking like an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. In other words, both the doll and the offerings were taken care of on a regular basis by the servants, kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. Taken care of? No, it's more than that. It looked like an offering. No, like some sort of worship. A prayer saying, "Please don't curse us." So even though the doll was more than eerie enough by itself, viscerally, it was even more unnerving to imagine it being kept safe and worshipped in a place like this. Stupid. Am I supposed to clap my hands together and say, "Please don't curse me"? Jessica forced herself to look away from the bizarre doll. She couldn't bring herself to sit on the bed that wasn't hers. Then again, she didn't really feel like sitting down on the chair either. She had lost any desire to sit on anything in this room. You just sit on the floor. The floor is fine to sit on. I wandered about aimlessly, then peeked out of the window through the gap in the curtains to stare at the dark, rainy night. What the hell am I doing? Hanging about in a VIP room this late just because that fight with Maria is still eating at me. This is totally pointless. Beatrice. Just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather's always yelling about Beatrice. Since it's apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost might haunt this mansion. Don't turn your back on the bodies. Dog scratch. Oh no. Well, also, like, it didn't say what size the doll was. Like, if it's person-sized or doll-sized. There's that kid's horror story about the witch in the forest, which might be a ghost story made by the adults to stop kids from going in there. It said it was on the table. Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. The portrait grandfather had hung in April was really striking. There was also that weird epitaph, the creepy words on it, which sounded like some sort of ceremony with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving. At some point, those stories mixed together, and now people say that the witch Beatrice exists. I don't believe in Beatrice, because I know she's just a fictional person made by the fusion of a few horror stories. The Beatrice who was grandfather's mistress probably did exist, but she wasn't a witch. The story of the witch of the forest was made up by the adults that prevented their kids from getting lost in the woods. But that was just a made-up story, not reality. In fact, I've heard that the adults here once scared the kids with stories about how wolves living in the forest. They were lifting. Apparently, the kids realized that wolves couldn't possibly be there, so it was changed to the witch. When the portrait was hung, the once vague character suddenly had a face, and people acted as though she'd been around since long ago. Swole wolves. That's right, it's all a ghost story someone made, a fiction, and Maria calls Beatrice her best friend, and the servants worship her like a household shrine. I just don't get it, and it creeps me out. The sudden ring of the phone made me jump so hard I thought my heart would explode. There was a phone on the bedside table across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. Who would call... right? Who's calling an empty room at 2 a.m.? However, I was only surprised by the first ring. By the time it had rung 3 times, I'd regained my cool enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone trying to scare me. If I rush to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me, saying, "Were you scared?" I thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept on ringing incessantly. It was a pretty loud sound to have going on and on at this late at night. The phone is on a timer to ring at 2 a.m. to scare anyone away, maybe. If Mom somehow managed to hear it from her room, I'm screwed. Okay, I've got it. Might as well say you scared me or whatever. I decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say that surprised me. Or maybe follow that up with, looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. After all, this is my victory in a sense. Hello?
Hi, Beatrice.
Huh? Maria? I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here? Why is Maria up at 2 in the morning? She is like 9. Hello?
Thanks for teaching me that fun song last time. In return, I'm gonna sing you a song, Beatrice. Na 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 na. I just learned this one.
The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all of it clearly belonged to Maria, but what's she talking about all by herself? Maria just kept on talking happily as she stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Eventually, Maria started singing an old familiar kid's song that even I knew. I don't get it. Oh, the text is between blocks because she's over the phone. Maria? Hello? Wait a sec, stop singing. What's going on? I don't get it. Hello? The voice and lights. Everything disappeared. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it. What's going on? A lot, apparently. Got knocked the F out, right? What the hell was that? Does being in darkness really slow us humans down so much? I know it's dark, but I really have absolutely no idea what just happened. What was that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure. I can't explain it. I heard an incredible slithering sound like someone crawling out of a bed. I didn't think I had heard it. It wasn't that vague. I definitely heard it happen right next to me, clearly. However, there was no change to the bed. No one had been sleeping there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Someone had crawled out of the bed and had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. Felt like? I'm here and the bed's right there. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. So, why am I so unsure about what just happened a few seconds ago? I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there alone, unable to move, in a quiet room that seemed exactly identical to the one I'd entered. Huh? What? If nothing's changed since the beginning, I could just pretend that the last minute or so didn't happen. And yet, if something has changed, that would prove that something really did happen. How dare you interrupt my singing time with Maria? Oh gosh. The hell? Where'd it go? Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look, from whatever angle, it's not there. The offering plate with the cookies and the chocolate is still there, but the thing they were being offered to, the doll is gone. No way. Then, what just happened? Is the Beatrice Sama doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, that crawling sound was too loud to have been made by a doll. It was so noisy. It was a noisy sort of sound, like a kid playing with a blanket and using it as a cape. Then, what? Is that Beatrice Sama doll supposed to have turned into a human and run cackling from the room? No way. After that, nothing happened. The doll alone disappeared, and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged and was filled only with the sound of wind and rain, I stood there, too shocked to move. Did you ever find that doll? I looked everywhere, even under the bed, but I didn't find it. Just what did you think had happened in that room? I don't think it was actually Beatrice Sama's curse. It might have been a prank done by the servants. A prank? Maybe they recorded Maria's voice beforehand? They then called it exactly 2 and pushed the play button. They could have cut the power at the switchboard or something. Then someone who's been hiding in the VIP room would make a creepy laugh, take the doll, and leave. If that's how it happened, everything fits. Doesn't sound like you're really convinced. No kidding. After all, if that was just a prank to scare me, the scale was way too large. They made Maria sing beforehand and recorded it. Then someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Then someone waited until exactly the right time and tripped the breaker for the VIP room. To turn off the power in the VIP room, you'd have to go to the basement. There's a switchboard booth down in the boiler room. There's no phone line down there, so you'd need a different person to play back Maria's tape. And you need another person to hide in the VIP room and cackle before leaving. And just how long would that last person have to hide in the VIP room beforehand? How long would they have to hide in the pitch-black VIP room under the bed, for example, waiting to scare Jessica, who might or might not even come? There's no way it could be a witch's curse, but still, to me, it's even creepier to imagine that many people planning everything down to the slightest detail and waiting for several hours in the darkness just to scare me. I agree. A curse would be better. Did you ask the servants about that later on? What's the point? They just play dumb, of course. And there had to have been at least 3 of them. On that day, Genji-san, Goda-san, Kumasawa-san, and Shannon stayed the night. So 3 of those 4 helped out with that creepy prank? That doesn't make sense. That's why I couldn't ask about it. True, it had been a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Even so, it really must have been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to scare Jessica. It's no surprise that Jessica found this scarier than Beatrice's curse. Do you still believe the servants tricked you? No. I was probably scared and mistook what I saw and heard. The doll probably just fell somewhere and I just had trouble finding it. Are you trying to say you imagined the whole thing? Other than the doll disappearing, there's no other proof that anything had changed. Later on, I talked to Maria, and she said she didn't know anything about that song or the phone call. I don't know if she was lying or not, of course. Anyway, what happened that night, it's just something I thought happened, and there's no proof of any kind. That's ironic. Even if you claim to have met Beatrice directly, you would have just been unable to prove it. The shock lasted for a while, but as time passed, I began to think that lightning or something must have shut off the power for a second, and maybe one of the trees in the garden fell, which I mistook for that slithering sound. And the laugh? Maybe some strange bird. Anyway, I might have misheard something to get that sound. I act tough, but you wouldn't believe how much of a coward I actually am. That's why I let my imagination get a hold of me. I tried to use that as an excuse to help me forget everything that happened that night. Right, Maria isn't one to lie. Unless it's like, you know, a promise of like, oh, you get to sing to me, but like it's gotta be our little secret. But I don't know. And everything is enshrouded in darkness. People are actually pretty good at forgetting things if they try. After that night, I'd feel uncomfortable every time I heard the word Beatrice. But I tried hard not to let it show on my face. That's all. I can't tell you any more than that. It's kind of embarrassing, so please don't tell anyone. I don't want them knowing I'm a chicken. Sure thing. I have one last question. About the VIP room? No. About the dining hall. The dining hall? On the day of the family conference, just before your ghost story, all of the relatives were gathered in the dining hall, right? Yeah. Except Battler, who hadn't come to the family yet. Or come back to the family yet. Everyone else was there. Everyone except grandfather, of course. And Anzi wasn't in the room because of her stomachache. Her seat was next to yours, wasn't it?
Yep.
Was that the seat to your right?
Yeah, the seat to my right. Why does it matter?
Huh?
Wait.
That's strange. Why to the... That's enough. Try not to think. You'll just get a headache. What's up, Jessica? Why the confused look?
Well, right, left.
Huh? You're so weird. How's it going, Will? Have George, Nissan, and Jessica told you anything useful? A bit. That ghost story about Beatrice was pretty fun. A ghost story? What kind of story? The one about Beatrice's ghost appearing in the VIP room at 2 in the morning. It was pretty creepy. I've never heard of that. I don't know who put that out there, but that'd be really rude, making up ghost stories about the woman our head is indebted to. Model answer. What? Do you know about the epitaph, Leon? Epitaph? What epitaph? That's suspicious. The epitaph by Beatrice's portrait. My apologies, but I have no idea what you mean. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. What on earth are you talking about? So, in your world... No, in this world, portrait exists, but not the epitaph. Of course, I know about the large portrait of Beatrice hanging in the entrance hall, but I haven't heard of this epitaph. What is it? That's a very interesting difference. You've lived on Rokkenjima all your life, right? Of course. What's your point? When you were a little kid, you were told not to go near the woods, threatened about it. Yes, they always said to stay away since it would be dangerous if we got lost. Because a witch lives in the forest? A witch? A what witch? The Golden Witch, ruler of Rokkenjima's night, Beatrice. Beatrice is a woman to whom grandfather owes a great debt. Don't you think it's a bit rude to treat her like a witch or a ghost? You don't know about the witch, Beatrice? I know about the Beatrice who came here in a submarine long ago with the gold, and about her daughter who was raised in the Hidden Mansion. We just learned about those two together a short while ago, right? Where does the witch come in? I see, so that's it. Then how did they scare you to keep you from going into the woods? They said that wolves lived in the forest. Wolves, but not a witch. I see. That's interesting. Not to me. What are you talking about? What is this witch? I'm just talking to myself. I have one more question. Please, go ahead. During the family conference, Who sits to your right at the dining table? The epitaph was there to encourage people to find the gold. True, but it had been there, I think, since the portrait was put up. It was basically a thing of like, yes, everybody who's in the mansion basically knows about the epitaph. Whether or not they care is another thing, but like they would at least know. During the family conference, who sits to your right at the dining table? My little sister, Jessica, sits across from me. The next in rank is Aunt Ava's son, so George Nissan is the one on my right. What's your point? I get it. It's all mashed together in a confusing mess, but it is interesting. Well, I'm still in the dark here.
No, not a transition, no!
Huh. So... Oh, I forget what's like side everybody's in. But it's almost weird in certain ways. Okay. We might be able to go. We might be able to keep going. Because I don't want to end. I'm going to tell my elf that it might go like a little bit longer. I will anticipate this going as long as the other ones. Okay, let's see. Might go a little long. Okay. That way they have proper warning. Okay, I'll tell them. I mean, more than likely, since I told them, they might pop in at one point. But if not, I will tell them that you said hi. So, did you figure out who killed Beatrice? Yeah, more or less. You don't mean the head, do you? Birkenstall isn't asking about the two Beatrices involved with Kinzo. She's talking about who killed the Beatrice of 1986. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the Beatrice of this year. What's this all about a witch called Beatrice? And then there's what we were just talking about. That epitaph too. Isn't it about time you explained all this to me? Alright. No point stringing you along. Let's start from the beginning. Who is this witch, Beatrice? Strictly speaking, it isn't a person. It's a concept known as Beatrice, the Golden Witch. You mean the ghost stories themselves? To be more specific, even the ghost stories are only one of the elements that create the concept. You've lost me. The ghost stories are normally told in the second person or third person. However, someone started telling these in the first person. Owen Wilson's too quiet to hear. You mean someone started claiming that they were Beatrice? The legend of Rokonjima's evil spirits and the made-up story for keeping kids out of the forest. These were combined with Kinzo's constant cries of Beatrice, Beatrice, and gradually became the legend of the witch. Ushinomiya Maria became entranced by that fictional witch and begged for a chance to meet her. And then someone answered her call. I'm still not following, but I'll just nod and tell you to keep going. What do you mean by answered her call? Because of Ushinomiya Maria's unfortunate childhood history, she became obsessed with the occult. Someone felt sympathy for her, acted the part of Beatrice, and played with her. Maria tends to recognize people by their behavior rather than their physical appearance. Though Rosa is only one person, Maria calls her mother the Black Witch when she gets violent. And at these times, Maria views Rosa as a different person, separate from her mother. That's true. In other words, even when a person visually looks the same, she tends to view them as multiple different people depending on their attitude. This fact puts the scene where Maria first met Beatrice in a new light. After being chased out by the mansion by the adults, Maria decided to have some tea in the rose garden. At that time, someone probably started talking to Maria. Then, when they heard this occult-loving girl talking happily about how she wanted to meet the witch Beatrice, this person acted as though Beatrice was possessing them. On the outside, they didn't look like Beatrice. However, when their manner of speech and behavior changed abruptly, Maria would recognize them as a different person. That's why her appearance was so sudden. We could probably view Maria's love of witches and the occult as a form of escapism. She believed that the power of witches could bring about change in her unfulfilling and incomplete life. That's why she wanted to believe that witches exist. She thought that believing could make her happy. It's true that Aunt Rosa brought up Maria by herself and that she was always busy with work. I do feel sorry for Maria, but still. Don't neglect the heart. Maria believed for the sake of believing. She believed in Beatrice's conjuring trick from the bottom of her heart. That probably comforted her a lot, and at the moment, the witch Beatrice was born. Someone saw that Maria-chan wanted to meet a witch, and they decided to play witches with her? That's right. This marks the birth of Beato the Elder. All of that about living 1,000 years and being bound to Rokkenjima, that was mixed into the story of ghosts wandering the mansion at night, which was part of the legend of Rokkenjima's evil spirits. As Furuta Erika guessed, the two ghost stories had fused. Someone fused the two stories together and acted the part, so Beatrice held traits from both ghost stories. She was the master of the mansion's night, while also fearing spiderwebs. So when Birkenstell asked us who killed Beatrice, she means who killed the kind person who acted the part of Beatrice? That's close, but not quite. She doesn't mean someone acting a part. We're talking about two different people. Just like how, in Maria's eyes, her mother and the Black Witch are separate people. Beatrice and the person who played that part are also different people. It was just like Mirage Sorcière. One person would be the creator, and the other would acknowledge those creations, thereby nurturing the illusion. The Golden Witch Beatrice was also created by one person and then nurtured when Maria acknowledged her. So killing the role that was being acted out wouldn't mean the same thing as killing the kind person who was playing the part? Even if Beatrice's vessel is lost, this isn't the same as Beatrice being killed. It's easier to understand if we use a telephone as an example. Let's say I call you on the phone. From my perspective during the call, the phone is you, in the sense that it's what I talk to. But what if I break the phone? I see. If you kill the phone, you won't be able to talk to me, but that doesn't mean you've killed me. We know Maria once offered to let Beatrice possess her early on in their relationship. That clearly shows that Beatrice didn't look like the portrait at the time. So the person acting the part and the witch character they play are different people. We're talking about killing just the witch character itself. Is that even possible? Only the actor can kill the character. In other words, the person who killed Beatrice is the person who played the part of Beatrice. You mean the person who played witches with Maria-chan as the culprit Birkenstell's talking about? That's it. But as if that wasn't confusing enough, this chapel is now a world inside a cat box. The culprit is the cat. There are now two cats existing in the same time, one alive and one dead. Confusing is right. I'm still lost, but keep going. You're saying that there are two culprits? Right. The human who can create and kill Beatrice, and the human who never gave birth to Beatrice in the first place, who can kill the entire concept of Beatrice. Both of these humans are here. Then let me ask, in this Beatrice murder case, who are the two culprits? Let's start with the dead cat. Who is it? The real Beatrice was the friend we made along the way, right? You. What? It's painfully easy to guess. Your world is the only one where the witch Beatrice doesn't exist. I don't understand. Both Maria and Jessica told me stories about the witch Beatrice. However, when they talked about the ranking system at the dinner table, you weren't there. I wasn't there? I thought the real Beatrice was the witch who murdered us along the way. True. It's both at the same time. Maria came to visit Rokkenjima with Rosa, and Rosa was sitting next to her. That's impossible. If you exist, then Rion comes after Rosa, then Jessica, then Maria. There should be two people between Rosa and Maria in rank. In that case, they should be sitting on opposite sides of the table and separated by one seat. In other words, in the world where Leon exists, it's impossible for Maria to be sitting next to Rosa. It was the same in Jessica's story. If you were added in the ranking system, then when looking down the table towards Kinzo's seat, you should be on the left side and Jessica should be on the right. After that comes George on the left side and Anji on the right. Jessica and Anji would be sitting next to each other whether you're there or not. However, which side of the table they're sitting on changes. In the world where Leon exists, Anji's seat is on Jessica's left. However, if Leon doesn't exist, then Anji's seat is on Jessica's right. Every time someone talked about the witch Beatrice of 1986, they were all talking about a world where you don't exist. And in your world, there are no ghost stories about a witch. To you, Beatrice is either Kinzo's mistress or his benefactor, not a wandering ghost. The head loved Beatrice deeply, did he not? I can't imagine why she would be made into a ghost story. Exactly. If you exist, the witch Beatrice doesn't. Your existence kills Beatrice. Are you saying I'm the culprit who killed Beatrice? That's just crazy. How could I be the culprit if I don't even understand her and have never met her? Flip it around. If you don't exist, Beatrice will be born. Flip it? Are you trying to say Beatrice and I are two sides of a coin? That's a good way to put it. That's it exactly. You're a coin and Beatrice is on the other side. I don't get it at all. At first, I didn't get your existence either, but I formed a theory about you after hearing all this. The key is that you're 19 years old. I don't remember telling you my age, but you got it right. How? Jessica said you were already the student council vice president when she joined your school, and that you became the president the next year. That means you're 1 year older than Jessica. Jessica is 18 years old, so Leon must be 18, or 19. Male Beatrice, ooh. Psych, you got the thought of a femboy Beatrice in my brain. I see. And what sort of theory can you make now that you know I'm 19? The theory I can make is that you aren't Ushinomiya Natsuhi's child. How rude. I don't know what game you're playing, but I won't allow you to insult both me and my mother like that. Why are you the successor instead of Klaus? I will succeed the headship when I come of age. When I have a kid, I'll probably pass the title down to them when they come of age. Then why didn't Kinzo give the headship to Klaus when he came of age? You heard what our head said. He was used by the cunning elders of the Ushinomiya family and suffered much. That's why he decided that only young people should inherit the headship from now on. In the world without you in it, there is no silver ring for the successor. That silver ring proves that Kinzo had a strong desire, which he didn't show in any other world, to see that you become the next head. You know, yeah, okay. Case after you take Boy Pieto and I take some. Okay, sure, yeah. That'll work for me. I can't deny that you have a point there. The head always seemed to adore me particularly, and I was very young when he first promised to make me the head when I came of age. He was very strict when he told me to keep up with my studies in preparation for that day. But I don't think my father was any less talented. Why did grandfather skip over him and make me the successor? I've thought it strange from time to time, but since it's always been that way, I never said so aloud. Do you know why Kinzo wanted you and not Klaus to become the next head? How could I know? Are you trying to tell me to stop neglecting the heart again? Do you think you understand how the head's heart works? It's because you're the child of Kinzo and Beatrice. Oh, that's not the direction that... Oh. I have been put in a stunned silence.
Nani?
Yeah, I agree, Kiryu. I am flabbergasted. I was just like, oh yeah, this is the kid that Natsuhi in the previous games killed or whatever. But then it's like, oh. The only world where Kinzo is proud of someone is a world where Beatrice doesn't exist. That makes sense. Oh no. See this. This suggests that Lion should be the highest ranking person in the family past Kinzo, not the highest child. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Let's keep going. It's because you're the child of Kinzo and Beatrice.
Well done.
There is a crisp applause and and a mocking laugh. Birkenstell.
That was faster than I expected. I thought you'd let me play a bit longer.
Birkenstell appeared sitting on an altar, almost as though it had become her own personal chair.
When did you realize that Leon shared Beatrice's blood?
As soon as I realized that Leon was 19. It was the same number as the baby from 19 years ago, the hint that appeared in the 5th game.
Didn't that baby fall off a cliff?
Leon is the baby who was accepted by Natsuhi and didn't fall off the cliff. In other words, if Natsuhi rejects the baby, Leon doesn't exist. You're saying I'm not Mom's child? That's insane!
You say that, but you don't look too sure. That's right. Ushimiya Leon is not Natsuhi's child. That is the grown-up version of the baby Kinzo got from somewhere 19 years ago.
Not somewhere. Leon clearly shares Beatrice's blood. Proof is that silver ring, which is only ever given to Leon across all of the many worlds. Why does the ring prove that I share Beatrice's blood? In all of the many worlds, you are the only one who receives it. That means that, in all worlds, you are the most important person to Kinzo, second only to Beatrice. And his love for you is clearly greater than that of his own son, Klaus, or his granddaughter, Jessica. And you are 19 years old. In other words, if we look back to see what happened 19 years ago, it can lead to a certain theory. This game is how I imagine 4D chess with time travel is played. I mean... 19 years ago? What's supposed to have happened at the time I was born?
You heard it too, didn't you? You even heard it today. And Will was with you, right?
You don't mean Aunt Rosa's story? That's right. Rosa's story came out in the 3rd game, and when the age of the baby in the 5th game matched that date, a certain theory became possible. The fact that Kinzo brought a baby from somewhere and tried to add it to his family proves that the baby was somehow important to him. And I'm the child of the Kuodorian Beatrice. Oh! It took so much energy to not get out of my chair. That was my brain. You got it right on the money, Psych. The Kuodorian Beatrice was the daughter of the right? Man, Callie, you were on point twice today. Oh my gosh. The Kuodorian Beatrice was the daughter of the Beatrice who arrived in that submarine, but Kinzo didn't think of her as a daughter. He believed he was the same person, Beatrice reborn. When that reborn Beatrice reached the same age as the first Beatrice and truly looked like Beatrice's double, Kinzo made a terrible mistake. I don't want to hear it. I know. I don't want to either.
That's how it is. Kinzo got Beatrice pregnant with Beatrice, and then he got that Beatrice pregnant with you. So you're both Kinzo's child and Beatrice's grandchild.
And we thought Battler was bad. If we consider Kinzo's heart, this is the inevitable theory we reach for explaining why he treated you so specially. He regretted his mistake so much that he tried to make you his proper grandchild.
In almost all cases, Natsuhi's pride is brutally hurt and she refuses to raise Leon. Because of that, you almost always fall from the cliff and disappear.
Right? Absolutely! I heard that I was the child they were finally blessed with after so long, and that Jessica was born the next year. If you really never suspected that Natsuhi wasn't your mother, then you should thank her in this world. The reason you never realized the truth is because she's shown so much affection to you, as she did to Jessica.
There's no need to thank her. After all, It took a dizzying span of time just to find a fragment with you in it. Mathematically speaking, there's actually a 2,578,916 out of 2,578,917 chance of her refusing to raise you. You should probably be thanking me for creating this miracle, not Natsuhi.
Enough with your stupid probability games.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No matter whose blood you bear, it doesn't change the debt you owe to the family that raised you. I realize that. Still, I would like some time to calm down and think things through. That is, if you'll refrain from ignoring my heart. Sure. Leon took a deep breath and looked upwards. Anyone would be shocked to find that their parents weren't who they believed them to be. Still, Leon should be grateful. Grateful towards the family that raised a child who wanted for nothing. It is pretty interesting. Hard to believe that the Golden Witch Beatrice might have lived such an ordinary life, even at such a absurdly low probabilities.
Isn't it? I think moments like this are hilarious.
Will said it plainly. Ushinomiya Rion is how the Golden Witch Beatrice appears in a different world, the baby Natsuhi rejected 19 years previous. If she accepted that child, this is the future that would have occurred. However, if she doesn't accept that child, the witch will be born. Huh. The baby whose birth was not celebrated becomes a witch. Rion is the dead cat. However, Rion's existence has nothing to do with what you're interested in, the Rokenjima serial murders. In other words, Rion is the cat that disappears when you open the cat box.
Exactly. Leon is just a disappearing cat. But this was pretty fun for a side trip, don't you think?
You're the only one having fun. If I wasn't trapped here, I wouldn't even worry about reasoning this out. I think I know why I was chosen to be your partner in this strange detective game. It seems this Birkenstell witch enjoys toying with people's fates and sneering at them.
Wow, incredible. It's rare for someone to understand me on the day we meet.
Apparently, I become something that gets called a witch in another world. And apparently I'm the cause of some sort of crime. Is that my sin? Hashtag blame Natsuhi, right? It's no sin of yours. You are you. How things would be if the coin were flipped the other way around isn't your problem. Thank you. Even so, I don't think anyone would be pleased to hear that they caused some sort of trouble in a world of a different fate. Please, tell me, what do I do in that other world? Birkenstell?
Should I show the fragments to this kid?
I feel like that'd be a little harsh, Birkenstell.
It's like, hey, we just revealed the thing of your birth, how you're not actually, related to your mother, and how you were a child of very, very bad circumstances. Hey, do you want to see what you do when you're not born? When you're killed when you're like 1? Will opened his hand, and something that looked like a pale blue, glowing shard of a crystal appeared there. It was a memory. No, a game record of all the games so far. Touch this. You'll be able to see your fate in other worlds. Your face is telling me that I'd be happier if I didn't touch it. Of course. You've probably guessed, but the story here isn't a happy one. Even so, even if it is another world, it's still about me. You have both the right to know and the right not to know. If you can convince yourself that the one similar to yet different from you is a separate person, then touch it. Don't you want to know about the fate you might have reached?
I ask this as your partner. Would you show that to me? As your partner, I'd say look. But as a friend, I'd say don't. Unfortunately, I'm not your friend. Then, as a partner, I have one last question. What? Are you a boy or a girl? Well, that was abrupt. I could see you as a fairly slender boy, but then again, I could also see you as a no-nonsense sort of girl. Even Birkenstall has been intentionally keeping it a secret. She made Jessica call you our successor Sama all the time, instead of Nisan or Nesan.
You are quick.
People often ask me about my gender, so I always give the same irritated response. Which do I look like to you? In the 5th game, you're supposed to be a boy, but in many other games, you're thought of as a girl. In the 6th game, when Ushinomiya Battler was the master, 2 demons of different sexes appeared, but we didn't know which was which. In fact, strictly speaking, it started all the way back in the very first game. Your gender is one of the hidden mysteries that exists outside of the game itself. Okay, Willard, just accept that they're non-binary, it's fine. I'd hate to give you an answer so easily, so I won't. We're partners, right? Does it really matter if I'm not the gender you prefer? You're right. If we're working together on this, I don't care what your gender is. Thank you. I've developed a bit of a complex about it, so I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm all for gender equality. If someone's a waste of space, I'll smack them no matter who they are. And of course, I'll pinch rude people no matter which gender they are. Slowly, Leon reached out and touched the fragment. A moment later, Leon seemed to undergo a violent bout of dizziness, and suddenly slumped over like a puppet with its strings cut. It was no surprise. When people who don't understand parallel universes have many different fates jammed into their heads, they tend to feel like their brains are swelling and their sense of self is melting away. Leon seemed to have lost consciousness. Okay. This might be... would it be a good stopping place or not? I feel like this might be a good stopping point. I did want to go for a little bit, but I feel like this is a nice stopping point. As much as I really want to keep... I know I want to keep going! I want to keep going so bad, but we're gonna be playing more tomorrow, so I mean, it's not like we're going for too long! But yay! Okay, so let us go over to the just chatting screen. I was thinking about that, I'm just like, NB Lion Real? You won't be here tomorrow, We'll call out sick again. No, actually, no. I don't want you to not have money, so. But let me see. Cause okay. Streaming. She's not ending, is she? No, she's. Man. I wanna. Okay, is she like in the middle of a song? I can tell that they're ending stream. I want to raid Amo again so bad. Let me see. What else? Who else do we got? I left to work early, my last shift, and the shift got canceled. And calling up for you no matter how cute you are. Okay, I know, that's why I said no. /J. You don't... Oh. Do we, do we want to rate someone who's reading my immortal? Do we? Oh, the explosion didn't show up on the screen. Okay. But I feel like switching from Umineko to my immortal is pretty. Anyway, okay. Let me see. NB Umineko real. we'll I was gonna do the gun emote. yeah, My Immortal is a legendarily bad fan fiction. Which I feel like they're gonna have to stop at one point because it gets a little TOS at one point. But thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I am excited to continue tomorrow. But just I love Leon. I love Leon.
But yes, I'm excited for everybody to show up tomorrow. You're gonna be playing more of this, and I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh. May want to spend some time thinking about the Murders of the Questions arc. Okay. This is a good time to figure them out. Okay. So this is like the very last second. Okay. I will do my best. I will do my best. I will probably still get my mind blown, but I will do my best.
Adopted NB raid, oh my gosh.
Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Limbs for luck. Bye-bye.